Okay, enough of that. All right, so we are getting ready to go here. The matches have not yet started, so we're kind of sitting here waiting as everybody gets grouped up. The idea of playing the theme song on repeat seemed cool until about the sixth time, and then it stopped seeming cool. The player meeting is underway. I'm going to mute while I listen to this, and then I'll be back in just a moment. Does anybody actively want to not be featured on stream? Okay. I figured it was easier to ask everybody at once than to try to make sure it was cool every time I jumped in a game. That'd be smoother. Okay, so the player meeting's still underway. They're kind of hashing out all the different ways players need to resolve disputes, the timing of the rounds, all the things that you would expect if you've attended an in person event before, or any one day event. For people who aren't familiar with what's happening today, this is going to be a little bit different than some of the other online events that we've had in the Versus community, in that this will all take place in the same day with timed rounds, whereas a lot of other online events have taken place like over multiple weeks, people scheduling things in. So this is going to feel a little bit more like a in-person event. Where this is going to differ is this is going to be more like a hobby league event where we're only going to do Swiss rounds and then have a cut, or then not have a cut to a top 8 for a finals. I think I just heard Robby in my ear saying that the pairings are being taken care of. Okay, so all right, sorry about all the dead air here, guys. This is the first time I've tried to do something like this all on my own. So I believe I have jumped into a table where we're gonna see some verses. I mean, that's ideal right here. Let's turn this off and see if... All right, so we've got one player. Looks like, I know Darkwing deck is Patrick, and I'm not sure who he's playing against. Looks like Eveyone just jumped in. Forge came out, and I think it was Mystic Arts, man. So right now I have some main characters here on the screen. I don't actually know that these are going to be main characters that are going to be featured in this game. I was just trying to get the placeholders set up so that I would be able to kind of test it. So I've got Eveyone and Patrick here in the game. I don't yet know what their main characters are. Once I do, I'll get their main characters loaded up onto the screen. Would you guys be willing to reveal your MCs so I could get the images and put them into my overlay? Okay, so we are going to have a matchup here between Adam Warlock and X-Men Deadpool. And I'll admit, X-Men Deadpool was not a character I was expecting to see here. Oh, I better make sure I'm muted so the players can't hear me. I am. Make sure my audio is coming through. It is. And I'm just about to have this overlay set up, and then we'll get going. Now, one thing that is kind of interesting is that while Deadpool does lose a bunch of his tools in this format, as does Adam Warlock actually, Adam Warlock does kind of play right into what Deadpool is looking to do. Okay, so we got our Adam Warlock here. And I'm going to get this set up with Deadpool. There we go. Why is it not showing up? There it is. Okay, so here we go. We've got Adam Warlock versus Deadpool. The players are about to roll for initiative here, and then we're going to get going. Sorry about the kind of grindy start to the stream today, guys. This is the first time I've attempted to do one of these entirely on my own without any kind of backup team. And you know what? It's difficult. Oh, shout out to Oshan for the Argent Saga playmat. Heck yeah. So depending upon how the starts get going here, Adam Warlock does have the potential to kind of just run over Deadpool. Presumably the Deadpool player will have some interaction, and while stunning Adam Warlock back doesn't exactly set him back or ruin his game plan in any kind of appreciable way, I mean, that advances his game state. It does kind of help Deadpool, though, so there is going to be a risk for Adam Warlock here in kind of the middle of the game where he's down turn after turn, and Patrick's ability to hold experience off of Deadpool, or more importantly, hold back the hi, there's someone there power, is going to be entirely dependent on his draw. He's going to have to draw into some characters, and Osh does have the ability to just not recruit as aggressively. If Patrick's not presenting a bunch of threats, Oshan could easily just not recruit enough characters to allow Adam Warlock to level up, and that really tees up his Deadpool. So while I'll still contend this isn't the best format for X-Men Deadpool, this is a matchup where I think he stands a better chance than he would have against some other main characters that are available. I think Oshan won the dice roll there and chose to go first. I guess he's still shuffling. So there was a little bit of confusion in Oshan's defense here. The original announcement of this event talked about starting it at 1 p.m. Central Time. And then it was subsequently changed to noon Central Time, and the information was put out there, but I don't blame somebody who saw that first one, had it in their head, okay, this is going to be at such and such time, being a little bit caught off guard. Uh-oh. Okay, well, while these players are trying to figure out what their I think Osh might have an issue with his deck here. So while they're trying to figure it out, I'm just gonna kind of talk about the potential matchup again. So one of the things about Deep Six that I found kind of interesting is that while Adam Warlock is an extremely strong main character, he doesn't get his gem, and I mean, he can play the gem, but he can't play spaces, which means he can't use the gem. And while the gem itself isn't the thing that pushes Adam Warlock into being the kind of powerful main character that he is, it is certainly an important component. So it's kind of, Warlock is put in this weird position where he still has a strong ability to force an opponent into deep water and to make it about a late game, but he doesn't have the ability to just straight turn off your opponent's late game. So he can still push the game there, but he's not as protected from some of those late game threats. Now, some of the biggest late game threats that Adam Warlock would want to protect himself from are not available in the format. But that doesn't mean that there aren't, just because Dark Phoenix isn't around doesn't mean there aren't other fatties that you have to be concerned with, because there definitely are. Gilgamesh is an absolute beat stick and can make mincemeat of your level 3 Warlock if all you have is your level 3 Warlock. Deadpool, on the other hand, is also losing some of his I think, really key resources. I think for Deadpool, you really want to see something like Spook. You want to see something like the ability to take opponents out, like Boomerang would be another great one. I might actually see if there's another game that's underway. Okay, so I'm going to just go ahead and jump into the middle of this game that's already underway, and we'll check back with Patrick and Osh a little bit later. So we have Roland, and I think that's Diego, and it looks like we're playing now with totally different main characters, so I'm not prepared for that either. Oh my goodness, what a disaster. Okay. It looks like Hawkeye is in the back row here. So that's the supporting character, Hawkeye. Maybe this is a Captain America main character. And an Iron Fist. So it looks like we're going into turn 3. So Iron Fist probably went first. Would be my guess here. So what does Iron Fist want to do? So he's got a Sanctum in the row. Do we see a Jessica Jones here? That's a great Defender's 3-drop. Gargoyle's pretty good here. So we have Daredevil coming down. Oh, that looks like a Captain Marvel main character there. Okay. So Daredevil went into Captain Marvel. And it looks like a third wound there. Iron Fist goes into Hawkeye for 4. Okay, now I got both the main characters. Oh no, that's Shadow. So I think he said Black Widow, though with the glare I'm not sure. Okay, yeah, that looks like the Avengers Black Widow. So she's going to come down and sting. Black Widow has been challenged by Iron Fist. And Black Widow is attempting to sting Iron Fist to kind of shrink him down. Now, for people who aren't familiar with the new Iron Fist, he does need to stun and KO the character that he challenged. So I wonder if Roland is planning to suicide his Black Widow here. It seems odd to me that he would want to leave his Black Widow in a vulnerable position where Iron Fist could come at it. All right, so Captain Marvel used her power, then Yondu attacked into Iron Fist, and because of that, Captain Marvel has now struck enough times, friendly characters on the side have struck enough time that she gets to level up into level 2, which is good news. 3 wounds at level 2 is a lot less scary than 3 wounds at level 1 for sure. Now Captain Marvel is declaring her attack. Coming in as a 5/5. Iron Fist with his -1/-1 is a 1/4. So it seems like Captain Marvel is in pretty good shape here. If you're the Iron Fist player, even if you have something to bounce this attack, do you want to do it here? Oh, yep. All right, so he commits the super senses. I think there might have been an argument for letting that attack go through just to clear the -1 counters. Roland is then using the Yaka arrow with Yondu and clearing Daredevil off and presenting a pretty clear board back across. Now, Iron Fist is going to have a clear shot here at Black Widow, and with only the 1/-1 counter, I mean, it doesn't take much combat interaction to bounce that attack, but you really don't want to let him get that XP, I think. That said, if you're holding something like a Think Again, do you burn it to keep XP off him, or do you save that to keep additional wounds off your main character who's already sitting at 3? Stick here would be a good on-team defender's choice. It looks like he's got multiple face-up locations, so what kind of superpowers could come down here that would be helpful? I mean, a Might Makes Right would feel pretty good. But he's got to have a character to play it on. So for sure, Iron Fist is going to want to attack into Black Widow this turn because that is the challenged character. Okay. Iceman's going to freeze down. I assume Captain Marvel here. It seems like Captain Marvel. I kind of missed which the... Oh, yeah, okay. Captain Marvel is the call on the freeze. That makes the most sense. That's the biggest threat, and it's not close. That's true. Stick is not in this format because the Legacy box is not in the format, which I cannot wrap my head around. All right, so despite the freeze locking down Captain Marvel, he can still use Captain Marvel's power to get the strike across, which is exactly what happened there. At level 2, Captain Marvel has a reaction strike, which is able to punch people as they come into play. So unless there's a health counter somewhere off camera, it looks like Iron Fist is ahead on health here, but that is going to start changing pretty quickly as he starts to slip behind on board. I mean, Iceman is... Okay, so the attack does go into the Black Widow, which makes sense. He's got to get that XP, which he does. Black Widow also strikes, which allows Captain Marvel to gain XP. So we level up our Iron Fist here. Now, as the leveled up Iron Fist, he does become significantly more threatening. That +4/+4, he's 10 with melee. Now Captain Marvel does have range, so he can hold that back. And of course, the Iron Fist punch that is kind of famously on the supporting character is also present here on his main character. So this is a much more threatening character to have on board, but given how much range Roland seems to have in his deck, it seems like Iron Fist is just in a little bit of a lopsided match here. So a ranged team attack essentially blanks Iron Fist. He gets no benefit from the melee, the martial arts and he doesn't get and he doesn't have the ability to strike any of them back since it's ranged, and Iron Fist doesn't have range. Sorry, I've got the players talking in my ear, so I'm trying to make sure that I can hear what they're saying while also talking at the same time. Alright, so a perfectly cleared board presented back. Oh, yep, Captain Marvel was frozen. And Roland just called that on himself. Karen, you're right in the chat there. I let that slide right past me. So essentially Iron Fist just healed. Which, these are the things that happened. It slid past all the players, and then Roland caught himself. 5 cards in hand for General Kenobi. Iron Fist is also holding a lot of resources, and I think part of that is because it doesn't seem like he's been putting a lot of characters to the board, at least during the portion of the game that we've been watching, which at this point is the majority of it. Captain Marvel gets frozen again, which is a big help because without Captain Marvel being able to make those ranged attacks, this is going to essentially buy Iron Fist yet another turn. Now coming into 2, 3, 4. So turn 5. Oh, Gargoyle is a good one. I mean, maybe not the best one on turn 5, but if he's got a MMR to follow that up with, would feel real good. Remembers to climb with the climb trigger on Gargoyle. Always like to see that. That's the Galaxy Brain play there. I think we've all had the experience of forgetting to climb and then being one short from the stun we needed. Even with that, though, what are your choices here? You can clear Yondu. You could clear Widow. I guess you want to send your Gargoyle flying over the top into Widow because that's going to deny, while it's not a threat next turn, that's going to deny future team attacks. And ranged attackers really are the biggest threat here. If Iron Fist can force Captain Marvel to have to fight at melee range, he is in much better shape. He's going to maybe not have the advantage given the overall state of the board, but he's at least at a point where he can plant his feet and start trying to dig out of this hole and regain the board. I mean, he may just have to clip that Black Widow with Gargoyle, which feels horrible. Can Iceman get into Yondu? I think Iceman's a 1/2, right? And Yondu's a 2 on the defense. I can't remember some of these stats, but okay, Iceman is going to go into Yondu. Captain Marvel gains an XP, and otherwise they trade. So he needs 2 more in order to hit level 3. I mean, you hate to leave that lethal Gamora up there threatening turn after turn, but I think the play's got to be to just jump over the top with the 2/1 counters on Iron Fist. Oh, well, with the bonus on Iron Fist, he will be big enough to hit Gamora. Nope. Okay. So is he going to try to melee attack into Captain Marvel for a wound here? I mean, that seems like the play. Okay, so 8/8 Iron Fist into 5/5 Captain Marvel. He will have to take a wound, although that will cause him to level up. Now, I believe it's when Captain Marvel enters play that the Seventh Sense power triggers. Yes, it is. So when Captain Marvel enters combat, she is able to strike somebody. However, she's not going to be able to do that now because she leveled up when she was already in combat, or at the end of that combat, actually. All right, Roland reminded himself that Captain Marvel is frozen because he doesn't want to make that error again, and I don't blame him. It sucks to miss things like that. Groot supporting character. Okay. So he's a 5/5. Not the most impressive character when you got to deal with an 8/8 Iron Fist. Okay, so a 6/6 Groot is going into Gargoyle with the +1. Which, unless Iron Fist has some tricks here... Anytime you hear the defending player say, that's a good play, it does... Okay, so Super Senses stops that Groot attack from going through. With Gamora being a 3/4 and Gargoyle being, I believe, a 4/4 at this point, I think that's going to be the end of Captain Marvel's turn. Yep, it is. So now the question is, what does he do this turn? Because the board is still kind of getting out of hand. So Iron Fist just absolutely has to answer this board. But he also has to be prepared for what Captain Marvel is going to want to do next turn. Now that Captain Marvel has reached level 3, she's got 7 health, so those 4 wounds, while it's not nothing, I mean, she has taken some damage, she's still in very good position. Man, what could he play that could bail him out here? So this is Iron Fist turn 5. I'm not sure. I mean, Punisher would be a decent play here. He could cleanly deal with the Groot. Gargoyle could deal with Gamora. And Iron Fist could put another wound on Carol if he plays a Punisher. If he played... Man, maybe a Jessica Jones plus a 2-drop of some kind? Something to try to get on top. I mean, if all you're doing is... So this is a classic situation that you're presented with when you're playing games where you have to make a decision between going tall or going wide. And on this particular board, maybe the strongest single character isn't actually the strongest single play, because if he goes tall, he's still not going to be able to... Oh, did I miscount? Is he on 6? Okay, so 6 is better than 5. But he's still going to be in kind of a similar position. There you go, remembering to do your climb. Good job. As someone who has forgotten to climb many times, I always like to call out the Galaxy Brain players who remember to climb. Man, man, so what do you do here? I mean, you got to clear as much as you can. So even if you can't lethal away the Groot, you almost got to commit to him just to knock some counters off because he's going to get so big. Gamora's a threat, especially when she presents a team attack with Groot, so maybe Gamora is the prime target. If he's not going to be able to lock down Captain Marvel for another turn, and it looks like he's not going to be able to, then really is the main threat Black Widow? I mean, even without Black Widow, there's 2 -1 counters on Iron Fist, so he's only a 4/4. Captain Marvel is going to be able to range attack into Iron Fist, stun something else. This is very rough. I mean, do you try to hit the gas here and just get the wound on? I mean, maybe that's the play. Okay, Gargoyle's going directly into Captain Marvel. Wow. The C-Stack special right here is about to smack Captain Marvel upside her head. So Captain Marvel enters combat by being attacked by a Gargoyle. She then strikes Namor, which wounds him, and then takes a wound herself. That does not feel good if you're in Iron Fist's shoes. So Iron Fist is going to go into Gamora with the buff. He's an 8/8, which wipes the potential of a lethal team attack off the board for Captain Marvel. So this is going to be the first time in many turns where Captain Marvel is actually going to be able to declare an attack. And she doesn't have that many targets. Unfortunately, Gargoyle with the MMR is now so big, she's not going to be able to just smack him. So Iron Man is going to recycle a resource for Captain Marvel. Notably, Iron Man lets you flip over any location, not just basics like Build a Better World. So he is one of the, if not the premier location recovery tools in the game. He does also offer a ranged team attack option for Captain Marvel, but it looks... Oh, blowout card. So with Groot swinging into Gargoyle and evening the odds by wiping off all of the counters, this is going to be easy work for Groot here. So I initially looked at the placement of Iron Man up front as, don't you want that for team attacks? But really, he's not going to need it for the team attacks because Captain Marvel by herself is going to be big enough to swing into Iron Fist, and now Iron Man acts as a flying blocker, which makes it just a little bit harder to get to that back row Captain Marvel with 5 wounds. All right, Iron Fist takes a wound. Unfortunately, the way he reached off the side of the board there to kind of adjust something after Iron Fist went down, I think he's keeping track of his wounds on the other, like the level 1 card kind of off to the side, which a lot of us do. But since we missed the beginning of this game, I can't tell you how many wounds Iron Fist has. presumably less than 5. Otherwise, we'd be done here. I mean, what do you do if you want to try to dig out of this as Iron Fist? You have to clear a very big Groot. You have to declare something to get through the flyer just to get a chance to crack at Captain Marvel, and you got to get at her twice. Iron Man only has 1 health, but Groot hasn't taken any wounds yet, and he's going to stick around and is only going to get bigger. What kind of bailout cards could we have here? Man, I don't know. Playing one big threat, like playing a 7-drop here, I don't think is going to be good enough to get Iron Fist out of it. Maybe playing some combination of lower drops to try to generate more total attacks. I mean, this Black Widow has been ripe for the plucking on the board turn after turn, and Iron Fist just can't get through. The awkward draw has led to kind of bailing water out of a sinking ship, unfortunately. And once Captain Marvel gets to level 3, things get rough. I mean, it's not over yet. Captain Marvel did get beat up a lot early in the game. So Hellcat comes down. Unfortunately, if she's not paired with something to do with the rest of those recruit points, I think it may be the end of the game. So Iron Fist finally got those -1 counters knocked off of him, which means he's going to be a 10-10 when he attacks. So he could clear off the Iron Man or put a wound on the Groot here. Either way. If he clears off the Iron Man, that does clear the way for Namor to get into the back row. But again, is that going to be enough? We can see underneath the Captain America poker chip, which is being used as a hand counter there, it looks like 4 cards in hand. There's still some decent options available. All right, Iron Fist into Groot, and he's paying the red, which means there's really nothing that can be done here. Groot's going to take a wound. Oh, does the red give him lethal? Yep. It does give him lethal. Okay, I forgot about that. Well, that's a good move. So we have Namor and Hellcat. Okay, so that team attack goes into Iron Man, which clears that flying blocker out of the way, and maybe that'll allow next turn some wounds to get pushed through. However, Black Widow, it seems just with the pace at which Roland has kept presenting threats to the board, it's proven very difficult for Iron Fist to dig himself out of it. And now the fatties are going to start to come down. The presence of Hyperion here makes it seem likely that we may also see a Gilgamesh. Like, it's just team attacks right up the curve. So Captain Marvel with 1 attack is able to stun off Namor, and I think he's going to get Iron Fist right here too. Yep. And this is just the difference in economy. Captain Marvel has turn after turn been able to play more resources out to the board than Iron Fist, and Iron Fist has not been able to clean it up. So he just keeps slipping a little bit further behind. I mean, you got to play it out if you're in this position. I first heard it from Adam Logan saying you got to give your opponent the chance to make mistakes. Even even when you're in bad shape, you still have the ability to maybe recover. Maybe your opponent misallocates their resources and leaves themselves vulnerable. So you definitely want to play this out even when you're in rough shape. Hellcat does have 2 health, you're right. No recruits for Iron Fist. No recruits, no attacks. So I did not clear it with anybody that if I saw something that I should jump in and interfere in the game, and I'm a little uncomfortable to do that since I presented the commentary as being like not interfering. I might ask in between rounds that if I see something like what just happened with Hellcat, if I should jump in or not. I'm hesitant to do it without. I see, Robby, are you still in the chat? Do you have an opinion on that? $14 range team attack into Iron Fist. Man, he's going to need 2 super senses to get out of that. And we've seen him play 2 already. Oh, so Captain Marvel's not going to be able to strike this turn. So, no response after the In Good Hands play. Ooh. Oh, so the hidden weapons gives Iron Fist range, which gives the ability to hit this turn, and since he gets to strike, he is going to put, he gets +1 attack, which makes him 7, which is big enough to hit Captain Marvel's defense, and he pays the red to ensure that even if Captain Marvel had some kind of combat trick to boost her defense, she was still going to get stunned. So really all eggs in one basket to get that 6th wound. But, I mean, that's what you got to do. If Iron Fist is going to win this game, he's going to have to make bold plays like that, commit the resources that he has left, and really push to get those wounds on in these kinds of situations when Captain Marvel exposed her chin. Okay, so do we see... Is this going to be a Gilgamesh turn here? And if it is that good enough? Might not be. I mean, at this point, if you're Roland, you have got to be feeling just a little bit uncomfortable. Like, in the sense that, yeah, he might present a target for you to attack, but if you send Captain Marvel into Iron Fist again, are we going to get an In Good Hands? Are we going to get a Hidden Weapons and get cracked back and lose the game due to that combo? I mean, it doesn't look like there's a whole lot of cards left in Iron Fist's hand. So what is the likelihood that he's holding In Good Hands, Hidden Weapons? I don't know. Scary stuff. And if there's no other recruit made, then the only attack available. So if there's another supporting character on Iron Fist's side, Captain Marvel could conceivably attack into that supporting character and then, while entering combat, strike Iron Fist. Man, some kind of pumped up Double Slayer here would be crazy. Man, this is really turning into a nail biter. Well, it's felt like Captain Marvel, at least for most of the game that we watched, has been in pretty solid control of the board. She got beat up when we jumped in the game. She was already at 3 wounds, and now she's sitting at 6. This is stressful. Okay, so we just had the 5-minute warning. What could get him out of this? Some way to attack a face down character would be good. Oh! Scarlet Witch is too little too late, but what are the other cards in hand? Can he pump that Devil Slayer up enough to hit a face down Carol Danvers? Ah. So team attack into Hawkeye, unfortunately. So Iron Fist is going to clear Rocket off, and Black Widow survives another turn humorously. And I think this is going to present. I mean, again, I don't know how many wounds Iron Fist is at, but if I'm Captain Marvel here, I attack into Scarlet Witch, and before my opponent even has a chance to play anything, I strike Iron Fist. Okay, so he's going into Iron Fist. This could leave him vulnerable to another hidden weapons play. Nope. Okay, Iron Fist concedes. Wow, what a game. Holy smokes. Well, congratulations to Roland there. I am going to... I'm going to jump back out here and see if there are any other games that are still in progress. It looks like there are not. All right, I'm going to mute myself here for a minute. Wow, this is proving to be way more difficult than I thought it was going to be. There's too many things going on at once here. I think I just talked to the camera a whole bunch without my mic on. So the next pairings are up. I don't know who is going to play where, but we're going to be getting ready to go here real shortly. I think Ben Shakovsky is Check the Sky and Jose is Jason Cross. So players are figuring out where their matches are and are getting to tables. So hopefully we're going to get to see one full game from start to finish this time. And all right, so we're going to get this loaded up here. We're going to have Oshan facing off against Ben from Super Awesome Games. And we'll go ahead and drop this down. Oh, we don't want to look at me anymore. There we go. All right, so I've got my Gamora cards here because I think it looks like that's what Ben is going to be playing. Haha, yeah, I see chat telling me that I didn't unmute during that little bit there. That's frustrating. All right. So I think I saw Ben was on Gamora main character. If he reveals his main character and it ends up being somebody else, then so be it. All right, looks like Ben wins the dice roll. And he opts to take the play, and it is Gamora. Okay. Wow, so this is kind of an interesting matchup. These are the two classic alternative win condition cards. We've got Gamora, who wants to stun main characters, I think 3 times, and once she stuns a main character 3 times, she levels up and gains Godslayer Blade, which allows her, which allows her to essentially have lethal 4 main characters for the turn. Deadpool, on the other hand, needs to not stun the main character, but stun everybody 3 times in order to have the board completely clear when you pass your turn, and then he levels up into a guy that has to clear the board 1 more time and then can punch the enemy player in the face and win that way. So this is OG alt win versus OG alt win. Excellent. I just heard Ben ask what the stats were on Deadpool, guess, and get it wrong. Oh, maybe don't show us your hand there. So he's going to play a me token. I wonder if he's going to confirm his age. It's a 4/5, and he is Guardians of the Galaxy affiliated. So there's a team attack going into Deadpool, and because of the leader on the me token, Deadpool, I mean, even if there wasn't leader, I don't think he was going to be able to hit back either of those characters with 2 attack. So 1 wound on Deadpool. All right, I'm going to try to keep track of the wounds this time since we're watching the whole game. Here we go. So Solo comes down for Deadpool. I imagine we'll see Deadpool move up front. Yep. Come on, man. Oh my goodness, you're right. He didn't have a Ben Shikoski. Okay, so it's been caught. They're gonna. Oh my gosh. Holy smokes. I will say this, guys. The idea of trying to run the stream, do all the graphics, and also do commentary at the same time, I greatly overestimated my ability to juggle all this stuff because the commentary is clearly falling off. That's definitely something that should have been caught. All right. So Osha's 35. So there's a 3/5 me token that is X-Men affiliated on Deadpool's side of the board. Solo with a range attack into Gamora gains the +1 counter. I need to take the wound and the XP off of these 2 characters. So 3/5. So the 3 plus Deadpool's 2 should allow a team attack that'll get into Gamora. I mean, there's a chance that Deadpool just sends the me token in and then sends Deadpool in to try to like beef up, but I think you got to go after your experience here. So it's almost got to be a team attack between the me token and Deadpool in order to put a wound on Gamora here and collect the first experience. Yep, so he's committing to the team attack. So it looks like we got a wound on Gamora and an XP on Deadpool. All right, so it looks like we're going to see me this turn. Slapstick. The only community card reveal that I became unreasonably jealous about not getting. Okay, so now the 4/5 me token is coming down on the side of Gamora. Now that that card can be legally played. So Gamora here needs to get a stun on Deadpool. So there's a good chance that she commits the team attack with the me token. Oh, okay, using Slapstick. So I guess the idea here is Gamora plus Slapstick gets big enough to hit Deadpool, and then that still leaves a 4/5 attacker on there to, I mean, do what with, though? Oh, give him a lift. So that'll give the me token +1 and flight. So if he wants to go over the top of Deadpool's me token, he can clear the Solo off the board, or he could clear the 4/5 Yeah, okay, so he opts to take the solo. I think that's probably the right play. While the me token on Deadpool's side is certainly a bigger threat on the board, solo presents kind of an exponential threat in that not only does he grow every turn, everything else on the side of on that side of the board can grow every turn until he gets dealt with. So it looks like both characters are at 1 wound and 1 XP now in this race to the most old school of alternative win conditions. Yikes. The glare on that KO pile. Okay, so if you're in Deadpool's shoes here, what are you hoping for? A solid 2-drop with an attack, or a couple of 1-drops? Probably another solo would be good here. Try to get the Deadpool me token to start building and getting bigger, so that way it can actually contend with Ben's much larger me token. So he does recruit another solo here, which I think just shows the value of this character. So solo is going to declare into the me token. He's not going to be big enough to actually hit the me token, but this makes solo a little bit bigger. And this is what you want to do. You want to start making your solo into a combat threat in and of himself. So team attack, Deadpool, and me token into Gamora. It looks like that's going to go through. So sleeveless to prevent glare is definitely one line of play. Getting non-glare sleeves is another line of play. So Deadpool is unfortunately going to miss the turn 2 experience because of Gamora's me token. Oh, and a solo on the other side of the board. So we've got solo and slapstick coming down. Man, I do like seeing these underworld cards get some love, as if they've ever not gotten love. So Gamora me token into the other me token. He's now, I believe, +2 on top of the 4/5, so he's a 6/7, which basically eats Deadpool's. So team attack for 5 into Deadpool's 4. Or maybe that's 4. Yeah, Gamora's only 2 attack. Slapstick gets stunned. He goes back into Ben's hand, though, because of his cartoon, whatever that power is called. That is another experience for Gamora. So she's creeping closer to that Godslayer blade. So Solo fires a shot into Solo there just to make him a little bit more durable. It's not actually going to do anything. And unless somebody can fly, I think they're going to have some trouble. Oh, it looks like Ben forgot to add his second +1 token to his me after the attack. So all right, so how is Deadpool? He's got to recruit something that's big enough to get over that me token, because that is going to cost him the game if that is allowed to continue festering. As a 6/7, that me token, even if he can hit everything else on the board, that me token is going to prevent him from getting the experience. And even if you start to lose control of the board and give up on the hi, there's someone there alternative win condition with level 2 Deadpool, you still can't have this me token just getting bigger and bigger and bigger. So while it might not be the optimal play in terms of trying to collect experience this turn, I think Deadpool is in the position where what he needs to do is deal with that me token. This is the triage you're in. Man, Hitmonkey is a great card in the Deadpool aliens build. But there's no aliens here. So Hitmonkey is going to team attack because of Mercenary into Gamora with a power up on him. That's funny. Ben just asked if Hitmonkey had Mercenary. Oh, even the odds is going to shrink Hitmonkey down. And I think that's enough to bounce the attack, right? Yep, so that attack is going to bounce. And Gamora's 2 attack is not big enough to hit anybody back. So this was a big fizzle of an attack. Solo's going to stack another counter before Osh passes here. Oh, +3 attack with the Mercs for money. And the 2. I think he's going to be big enough to actually put a wound on Gamora here. Yep, looks like it. And that'll put another card into Deadpool's hand with the Merc for Money trigger. That ended up being a strong turn from kind of a precarious position. All right. So Gamora at 3 wounds has 2 to give. And Deadpool, I believe, is it 2 or 1? Shoot. Wow, just all of these Underworld heavy hitters. So Massacre is great in that it puts lethal out on the board, but also he can act as a team attacker and a ranged team attacker for the main characters or other supporting characters who need that range. So Solo now is going to attack with enough +1 counters that he's going to be able to clear that Hitmonkey off unless Oshan is willing to commit some form of combat interaction to it, which seems... I don't think you ever want to be in the position where you're spending cards from hand to protect a 2 attack team attacker. So team attack for 8 heading into Deadpool, and this is gonna be Gamora's chance to level up. And once she levels, then Deadpool is probably gonna have to hide in the back row. Ooh, that is not good for Deadpool. So that's gonna cause Gamora to level up. Oh, it looks like they're going to roll it back. So there was 8 team attack coming in. Oh, geez. Okay, so Oshi's going to actually commit 2 shocks to this to try to prevent the stun from coming through. And that will succeed. So that means Gamora doesn't gain experience. Isn't level 2 yet, and that gives Deadpool another turn where he can maybe try to get away with being aggressive. Once that Godslayer Blade comes out, though, he has to start playing way more defensively. There's probably an argument as to whether you want to save those shocks for once she's leveled and committed the 2 greens, because it is a really expensive level 2 power. Gamora has to spend 2 greens in order to trigger the Godslayer Blade, and if that's the turn where you drop double shock to the systems, now all of a sudden, oh man, how many total greens are there in the deck? Is she going to draw into them again? And you might force her into having to fight fairly for the rest of the game. That said, once she levels up, she has a bigger attack. Maybe those shock to the systems aren't good enough to hold off the team attack at that point. Given the way Deadpool levels up, though, it seems like Oshan's going to have to find an alternative way to win this game. Like, if his plan A was to go for the alt win, he's losing control of the board, he's behind in the experience race. It seems like he's going to maybe have to switch gears and just start fighting. Massacre and Deadpool into the me token. This does expose Deadpool to just straight up take a wound. I think if you're Ben and you have the ability to interact with his attack, you stop it. To me, that reads like Gamora does not have combat interaction in hand. Solo gains a +1 counter when he attacks, and then a power-up, which will get big enough to actually hit the level 1 Gamora, leaving her with 1 to give. Wow, this game is actually ending up tight. While it didn't end up being the battle between alternative win conditions that it kind of, looking at the main characters, prophesized, it has ended up to be a real scrap. And now Gamora is the one who's in the position of having to try to play defensively and be concerned about her wound count. So humorously, Ben recruits Slapstick again, and then Deadpool. How dare you, Vern? Wow. So there's probably not a lot of flight on the Deadpool side. So Gamora hiding in the back row, and with this much board advantage, probably is going to keep her safe for at least a few turns. So Gamora sends Massacre into Massacre, looking to lethal Deadpool's Massacre off the board, which succeeds due to Ben having a larger Massacre because of the solo counters. Wow, that solo in the back row is a 6/7. Oh, yeah. Price support of tripods would be great. Maybe we should come out with build phase branded tripods. Uh-oh. I don't think any of these guys are going to be able to deal with that back row solo. Well, maybe Ben is holding some... Oh, Mercs for money. Okay. So 7 attack coming in with solo. So solo into solo, and Ben is going to get big enough. If this hits and successfully KOs that solo, he's going to draw a card here as well, which replenishes a little bit of the investment he made. Wow. So while there were several trades this turn, ultimately it leaves Oshan with an almost naked board, and the Gamora here far ahead in terms of board control. So what does Deadpool want here? He wants a flyer. He wants a flyer that can do 5 attack this turn. So is there... What turn are we on here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So is there a 6-cost flyer? Namor would win the game. Man, my deep six knowledge is not. Oh, I'm just gonna pull out the Pocket Versus app here real quick and see what other six drops might be available. Oh man, I have so many messages about being muted. Ooh, the hood. So Slapstick comes down again, and the hood is going to allow him to play blue spells out of the deck. But no way to pay for it in his row. So is it possible that there is a blue in hand on Deadpool's side of the board? And so team attack into Deadpool with Slapstick and Deadpool, because that's hilarious. Deadpool bounces back to hand. The hood sends Slapstick back to hand, and the somewhat comfortable board position that Gamora was enjoying at the end of turn has been reduced to ashes, and Gamora is here with one to give, looking pretty exposed. So if he's hiding a blue in hand, there are some pretty cool blue spells that could really cause a problem for Gamora here. Particularly putting 5 -1 counters on an enemy character in the combat using Weaken. Treadpool. I'm going to admit I've never played that card. I actually don't know what that guy does. I'm going to look him up real quick. Well, the 6/7 body of Dreadpool is sufficient even if his ability doesn't really matter, and that's going to put the 5th wound on Deadpool, so both characters are now 1 to give. It looks like nobody's going to level this game. Which honestly is the way a lot of games that rely on alternative win conditions should end. Like, it should be hard to get an alternative win condition. And seeing these kinds of characters have this battle where neither one's plan A works out and they both had to kind of resort to just fighting for board, that felt pretty cool. Man, it's crazy that just 6/7 seems like it might make the difference here. Now, Deadpool's still in the same place where if he can play a flyer that has 5 attack, that's game over. Forge? Ooh, another spellcaster. Okay. Alright, so Wong is going to let him go after a spell, and he's showing the reds. I think this might be game over here. I don't remember the name of the red spell, but the one that lets you pick a character and strike with triple attack is going to end this game. I think we're about to see the end here, guys. And gals. And non-binary. All people. Now, since the spells are a main phase, You want to think about where you want to formate just in case something doesn't go according to plan. You don't want to have your cards set up in a bad position. Like maybe pull that Deadpool to the back row and put the SCs up front. I'm going to look up the spell that he got because I can't remember. Oh no. Expertise is the one that lets him daze any number of enemy characters. Maybe he didn't pack the one that lets him strike with triple his attack. I mean, certainly your plan A for this deck would rely more on the one that lets you daze any number of characters, but now you're in a position where you just need to put one wound on a guy. Or gal, actually. Okay, so all supporting characters up front, Deadpool hiding in the back. That does make a lot of sense. I'm trying to think what cards could potentially bail Gamora out of a big attack here. Because with the expertise, you know he can clear the Dreadpool, and then it's just a matter of attacking for at least... Oh, no. Pass turn. Okay, well. What a nail-biter of a game. Uh-oh, what happened to my Discord? Discord's completely blank. Oh, so Discord just rebooted in the middle of my stream, right as this is kind of coming down to the wire. Oh no. Alright, so a fair and balance came down. I'm trying to get the video back here, guys. I'm sorry. There we go, finally. Whew. I think this might be the last time I ever try to do one of these entirely on my own, guys. This is intense. Okay, so I kind of missed some of the gameplay there while I was trying to get it back, but it looks like Osh lost everything except Forge, so Slapstick must have gone back to his hand, and I can't remember what the other card was. Alright. And Deadpool's supporting character is not going to be big enough to hit the Deadpool main character. Oh, he can't get to 4. So Deadpool supporting character's 3 attack is not big enough to get through and end this game. So I missed the effect that put this counter on Gamora, but I'm going to guess it was fair and balanced because I heard Ben say that when the audio came back before the video recovered. Hearing him say chimichanga over and over again was appropriately hilarious. That is a big card right there. Is it going to be enough, though? So Deadpool with his chimichangas goes into Deadpool supporting character. So even with the chimichangas, he was not sufficiently big enough to deal with Dreadpool. Taking phone calls at the game table, huh, man? Holy cow. All right, so I think Deadpool's going to get KO'd here. The slapstick that is on Oshan's side of the board is not going to do anything because he is just a 2-2, whereas the slapstick that's on the Gamora side of the board has green counters. Oh, and the slapstick. Okay. Yeah, okay. So slapstick bounces back to hand, loses his counters. Oh, I see the slapstick in the KO pile there. So he must have powered up slapstick and then used the fair and balanced on Gamora. That must have been the last turn. Yeah. Robby nailed it. Somebody taking phone calls in the middle of the game is exactly what makes it feel like locals. Four cards at hand for Oshan. I think this might be the turn where Gamora just comes up front to take advantage of the mercenary team attacks, and you just go for it. Oh my goodness, so many slapsticks this game. Okay, so slapstick clears slapstick, and now he's got 2 swings at the main character. I think. 4-4. No, okay, so Dreadpool is not going to be big enough to hit the main character. Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Misplay on the Gamora side of the board, unfortunately. The line of play Ben was going for there was team attacking with Deadpool, Dreadpool, and Gamora, but you can't do that. His winning line of play was attack with Dreadpool into slapstick and then team attack with the mercenary characters and the main character, and he would have got the game there. But unfortunately, this is what happens when you're under pressure in a tournament environment. Sometimes you end up making the wrong call. That was another great game, though. So what I'm gonna try to do going forward is I'm gonna try to get games with players that we haven't seen yet. So I'm gonna try to get games with players that we haven't seen yet, and I'm gonna try to not have these big dead times when I'm trying to figure out technical glitches in the middle of the game while they're playing the game. So we've seen. Hang up out of here. All right, so before this, whoa, that reset my whole everything. So before we get on into the next round, rather than jump into another game and kind of catch the tail end of it, I just wanted to give a moment to try to shout out and make people aware of all the great content creators that we have in this community, because we do really have a ton of people that do a lot of work to make Versus a cool, fun place to be. So I made a list here because I didn't want to forget anybody. And if you're looking for video content, the C-Stacks channel is an excellent resource on YouTube, as well as Kieran Cook. And I believe there's a video component to the fellows on the resource row, while their primary offering to the community is writing blog articles with kind of a humorous bend. They also do gameplay videos on YouTube as well as that. On the podcast side of things, we have the Deconstruct the Universe podcast, which looks at Versus from the angle of a comic book fan, appreciating the art, talking about where the art comes from in the comics, sourcing the art, making sure that people know who the artists are that get credit for the various different awesome, cool things that we have on our cards, as well as New York Minute and Team Apex. These guys both do great shows where New York Minute is kind of the more bite-size, portable, quick hit on a specific topic kind of show that goes pretty quickly. Team Apex has a more roundtable conversation style show that goes on for hour, a longer form type of product. And I'm a big fan of both of these shows. I mean, I'm a big fan of Versus, and there's not enough Versus content in this entire community to keep me satisfied. I need to remember to pull the chat back up in case there's a problem. You guys can let me know, unlike last time. I also want to shout out Theo, who may or may not exist, in his Jank Take series, which has kind of, it was out, it kind of went away. It's kind of coming back now with the what character isn't going to be included in Civil War thing that he was doing. As well as I want to shout out the Build Better, both on Twitch and YouTube. Those guys do, John Phillips and that crew do great content as well. So this is, I think I got everybody on my list. Yeah, I got everybody on my list. I just want people to know that this is a community where there is a bunch of robust options that support all different kinds of players. There's some of the more casual stuff, and there's some of the more competitive stuff, as well as different types of consumers of content in terms of length and type. So we got a lot going on in the community. Hop into the Facebook collective, hop into the Discord, and join up. Participate in some of these cool events. All right, I'm going to check and see where we're at as far as the next round, and we'll be back here shortly. Okay, so it looks like the pairings are coming up here. Oh, no, it haven't come up yet. Okay, well, as soon as pairings come up, I will hop back in and we'll look at them, and I'll make a decision which game we're going to watch. Okay, so we have a choice between a few different games to watch here. I'd like to get players that we haven't already seen. So it looks like maybe... Oh, and that guy's a buy. So, alright, we're going to go Roland and Patrick, I guess. Or no, we didn't see Diego, did we? Okay, so we haven't seen Bobby or Diego yet. So once they get in here, those are going to be our players. But I guess until they, as soon as they get in here and start playing, we'll get going. All right, so the players are getting shuffled up. I'm going to make sure I'm muted here, which I'm not. Okay. Would be pretty messed up to be doing commentary if the players in the game could hear it, right? Oh, we did see Diego play before. Okay, well, we're in here now. All right, so we got Black Panther versus Iron Fist. I'm going to get my graphics in order here. All right, the players are doing their cuts here. Okay, got all my stuff in order. Let's dig in. Okay, so Black Panther rose in Avengers Mansion and is looking over the hand here. So Black Panther is trying to get stuff into the KO pile. And by opting not to recruit a character, there is nobody for Iron Fist to challenge, which slows down Iron Fist's ability to try to gain some experience here. All right, Black Panther powers up to a 5 to get over the top of Iron Fist's attack for 4. And nothing much happens. Wow. All right, Black Panther rose another resource and chooses to pass. So the situation Black Panther's in with 4 attack, he's not big enough to hit Iron Fist, and if he recruits any characters, it gives Iron Fist the ability to challenge someone and potentially level up, which he doesn't want to do. So by trying to play around Iron Fist's level up condition, it also puts Black Panther in the position where he's not playing into his own level up condition, which requires him to get cards into the KO pile. Remembering to climb with your beast is Galaxy Brain play. 2 thumbs up for that. So Iron Fist is going to go into Black Panther, and he's going to go ahead and pay the red, which is going to guarantee that Black Panther is going to get stunned here. So we have a 3rd resource here and a Rocket Raccoon. Doesn't he have to challenge him? Maybe he's choosing not to challenge him. Let me double check my Iron Fist here real quick. Yeah, he could have challenged him, but I guess he opted not to for some reason. Wow, Might Makes Right on Rocket is a pretty big play here. This is going to give Rocket the ability to hit Iron Fist. Black Panther at 3 attack is not going to be able to deal with that beast this turn. Although Iron Fist having the ability to hit anybody he wants, you can't feel that comfortable that Might Makes Right stacked up Rocket is actually going to stick around. Alright, so Rocket's going to use his ability here, and he's going to add Might Makes Right back to his hand, which it's got to feel good. Rocket's now an 8-5 going into Iron Fist, which will be big enough to deal with that Iron Fist, and unless there's a concealed firearm or something coming from Iron Fist, he's not going to be able to hit back. So I think Beast is going to be way out of range for Black Panther to deal with. Yep, looks like turn pass. So I think if you're in Iron Fist position here, you really want to get something like Gargoyle down on the board that you can threaten and apply pressure to your opponent with. You want to force your opponent to start putting characters out to give you the opportunity to challenge somebody. Opting here to climb with Gargoyle instead of Beast because he's only showing one face-up resource. He's not able to climb with both characters. Might Makes Right is going to land on Gargoyle. Wow. A lot of green counters flying around both sides of this game. So Rocket sitting in the back as an 8-5 is still a pretty big threat, even with a MMR'd up Gargoyle. So Gargoyle, I think, is going to go over the top and hit Rocket here. Think Again is going to prevent Gargoyle from doing anything to that big Rocket. That's got to feel good if you're on the Black Panther side of things. Black Panther goes up to 2 wounds based on Iron Fist's attack pump for Martial Artist or whatever it's called. Yondu feels like a good card in this situation. Alright, Yondu clears up that Gargoyle with no fuss, no muss. Oh, geez. I see in the chat where you're saying that Think Again shouldn't have had a window to be played. I believe you're right, Bert. I did check with Robby in between rounds, and he told me not to jump into games, though, so I'm not going to. If it's an accepted game state by both players, we're just going to... This is like locals. So Black Panther levels up here. So Black Panther does have a somewhat more solid control on the board here. However, all of these characters are fragile along a few different angles because +1/+1 counters are not as durable as a character with just a bigger stat. He's also not showing any resources, and that hand doesn't look very full either. So Black Panther does have the advantage here, but there's certainly going to be some places where Iron Fist is going to be able to claw back into this game as it progresses. So there was almost a Black Panther attack declared into Iron Fist there, but he caught it and went ranged instead, which is, of course, the way to go. Admittedly, that rocket shouldn't even be there, but again, this is one of the things that happens when we play games. We don't always catch everything. Unfortunately, Iron Fist is now in the position of just kind of waiting. Another wound on Iron Fist. What could you draw that would bail you out of this situation? Unfortunately, there's not something like Flint. Oh, we're done. All right, I'm going to try to pop into another Discord here and see if there's a game still going on. And there is. Got to make sure I'm muted here. Let me drop this down. That was the wrong one. There we go. Okay, so we've got Robby here on Captain Marvel. Okay. Oh no. Lost one of the players. Alright, so Wong is going to go seek for expertise. Okay, that's the spell that allows... So this right here is exactly one of the things I love so much about Versus. This is a game that is punk rock through and through. We can't make a release date. The community has to come together and we make our own events where there are no events, and things like clicking on the judge tab and having to spin the camera around in the middle of the match is exactly what we can expect here in Versus. I love this game so much. It is interesting what different formats bring out in terms of the card pool. Something like Rocket has been legal in format after format for years, and you just don't see that much use of the card. However, here he is in a couple of games back to back. We're seeing Rocket hit the table. We're seeing Beast hit the table. It's cool how formats really bring different cards out for us to see. Expertise play there from Oshan dazes everyone except for Rocket. Forge attempting to make a ranged attack here into Rocket, which KOs him. So Deadpool has collected some amount of XP here. I'm not sure how many because we kind of came into the game while it was underway. Iron Man hits the board and allows Robby to flip back any location. He opts for nowhere. All right, so Beast is going to climb and get the +1 there as he goes into main phase. As a 3/6, Beast is going into Wong, and even though he gets the martial artist bonus for being in melee combat, it is insufficient to keep Wong standing against the beastly onslaught. Iron Man, Captain Marvel team attack into Deadpool, I think is going to be more than overkill to clear that out of the way. Yeah, so Deadpool takes a wound here, and it looks like that's the end of the turn there. Oh, that's a good point. Spells may have a lot to do with how Rocket Raccoon's popularity, because there's these one-of cards that being able to cycle them back out of your KO pile is way stronger than... It may, maybe as much as formats, spells have something to do with Rocket's increase in popularity. That's a good point, Rob. I mean, it seems like a Rocket Raccoon here to cycle that expertise back out of the KO pile would be pretty helpful. Oh, I think he's got a level 2 Captain Marvel. Every time I listen to Oshan say chimichanga, I smile. You guys are missing out. Now they're just talking about chimichangas. If the only recruit Oshan has here is Hitmonkey, he's going to be in a lot of trouble. Chimichangas plus Hitmonkey, I don't think is going to be big enough to deal with this board. Team attack into the 7/7 from range here, so that'll clear him off the board. But you don't feel bad about that if you're in Robby's position here. As a Captain Marvel player, losing the 7/7 sucks, but he's got a decent back row set up there. Wow, Ghost Rider. Talk about an oldie but a goodie. Oh man, only 3 -1s -1. I got really excited when I saw Ghost Rider, but only 3 -1s is not the most impressive Ghost Rider we've seen. For people who aren't familiar with that Ghost Rider, when he comes into play, puts -1 counters on an enemy character equal to the number of good characters in your KO pile. So he can straight up nuke dudes when he comes down. It can be a 2-for-1 easily. And he's got 2 health, and he's an 8/8. Oh, Deadpool's done. All right, I'm going to see if there's any other matches still going on. It looks like table 1 still has some people. And we'll drop this down here. Okay, can I make sense of what's happening in this game? It looks like we got Doctor Strange going into Gamora. Must be flying. Yep, Doctor Strange has flight. And another Rocket Raccoon. This is hilarious. So I don't know whether C-Stacks is right and it's in good hands, or whether Rob is right and it's the spells, but I think we can all agree that Rocket Raccoon, rumors of his death were greatly exaggerated. That dude is popular again. All right, Jose passes back to Ben here. Oh man, I don't have the Doctor Strange. Ben just observed that if he was given enough turns, Solo could get big enough to deal with that Doctor Strange. So I think Ben's looking at some real trouble here with that many counters on Doctor Strange. Solo makes a range attack into Doctor Strange. Now he's just stacking counters there. He's not actually going to be able to get him. There we go. That's the wrong one. Oh man, I just realized I get everything set up and the one frame's frozen. I'm gonna back out and try to pop back in here. Hey, there we go. Things are moving again. Okay, now I can finally pay attention to this. I got all my stuff set up. So it looks like we're going into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, turn 6 on Gamora player's side here. She's sitting at 1 to give and not leveled up. This is a problem with this main character. Gamora just doesn't level up. Oh, Chimichangas on Gamora feels strong. So we have the Chimichanga counter buff going on Gamora, which throwing her up front, still, even with the Chimichangas, almost feels a little bit risky given that she's at 1 to give. Based on the board that I can see here, it looks like Doctor Strange has only 1 wound. So many +1 counters on this board. So I think Gamora is going to swing in for 7. But that's not big enough to hit Doctor Strange. Even with the team attack. Okay, 1 more counter using to give him a lift on Gamora. So I guess the play here has to be to do the team attack so you can use leader to prevent Doctor Strange from trying to hit Gamora back. In good hands on Gamora. So Massacre goes over. Not looking good for Gamora here, unfortunately, I think. If you're sitting on Ben's side of the board, things are starting to look a little bit dire. There's going to be a little bit of durability on that Gamora as provided by the stacks of green counters, but that is not... I always prefer characters with higher stats than characters with stacks of counters, so to speak. So a big team attack here would probably be worth it. I don't think Doctor Strange is that scared of anything. With only 1 wound, he can afford to be a little bit... Oh my goodness. So this spell coming down allows all his characters to strike with double their attack, and I think that's going to be all she wrote on Gamora here. $18 attack from Gamora into Gamora from Rocket. That's going to be game over here too. And I believe this is the last game of the round. Okay, so I am hopped back in the lounge. Gonna make sure I'm muted here, and we're gonna wait for the next set of pairings to come up. While we're waiting, I'm gonna hop back into promo mode, and I want to talk about some of the upcoming stuff, or maybe not upcoming, but the possibility of upcoming stuff in the Versus sphere. So for those of you who are not aware, the Versus competitive year runs October to September, which means they are gearing up right now to start making plans for the upcoming competitive season. 2020 robbed us as Versus players of the experience of having our events in our local stores. This was something Upper Deck wanted to try, and I think, thankfully, they're still committed to trying that this year. The earliest we could expect to see an event anywhere, any kind of in-person event, is going to be October. Now, we aren't going to see any convention appearances from Upper Deck until 2022 at the earliest. They're not going to be at Gen Con. They're not going to be at Origins. They're not doing that this year. But regional size events hosted at local stores is something that they're interested in doing prior to 2022. So if you have a local store, if you have a store owner that you're on good terms with and you would like to host an event, email op@upperdeck.com. They're looking for people who are willing to be the kind of boots on the ground, and they want to support you in doing an event at your store. This would attract other players. This would potentially sell more stuff for the store owner. This would make you a hero So it's a win-win-win-win-win. Everybody wins when we have more versus events. So if you have the kind of relationship with your store owner where they would potentially let you run an event, great. If you don't, maybe talk to your store owner about trying to do something. I guarantee any store owner who wants to sell product is going to be happy to have somebody come in and help them try to sell some product. So if that's the sort of thing that you think you've got the temperament for to TO an event, like the cool stuff that we have going on here today, Versus needs you. Let's do it. I also wanted to mention... Oh. Okay, I guess there's one game still taking place in this round. I just heard from Robby that we're waiting for this event, or for this one game. So if anybody wants to get a snack, now would be the time to do it. Okay, I want to talk about the Team Buckeye ranking system. So anybody who's not familiar with this, something that the Versus system, the old Versus system had was an upper deck run ranking system where any games you played at your locals, at higher than locals, at any place you essentially logged in with your upper deck number, like a DCI number, and then you had a player ranking. You were able to see where you compared against other players, what your win and loss record was. All this stuff was tracked. While Upper Deck has acknowledged that they thought that was cool with old Versus, and it's something that they would be willing to think about and talk about implementing in new Versus, they haven't done it. So, like a lot of other things with Versus, the community had to do it ourselves, and in swoops Team Buckeye. So essentially the way this rating system is going to work is it's going to be kind of like an ELO system in chess, where you're going to start off with a set value of points, and every time you play a game, the winner is going to take points from the loser. If you have a higher ranking when you go into the game and you lose to someone with a lower ranking, the lower ranked player will take a larger amount of points from you than if the opposite outcome had occurred. I think this is really cool. I think this is awesome. I'm really excited that these guys are doing this, and it adds just another layer of stakes onto all of our Versus events, but also it gives people more incentive to keep playing. Playing Versus in and of itself is fun, but playing Versus and being able to have the bragging rights that you've got the highest rank is even more fun. So I really want to give credit and put some shine on these guys for putting this together and making Versus more fun for all of us, because really that is ultimately what this is going to do. All right, I'm going to grab a fresh drink because my beverage is empty, and I will be back in just another minute. We're still kind of waiting for the results of the last round to come in. But I figured I would sit here and talk about Civil War a little bit more. This is a fantastic product, guys. This is what we wanted. We wanted the ability to make it easier for new players to enjoy the game that we like. And that is exactly what the Civil War product is going to be for. It not only is it something for us to play with and enjoy as a product, which I think it will be, it's also going to be a way for us to rope new people in, and we definitely want and need new people. Also, I'm really looking forward to Pro Registration Spider-Man, probably more than any other card in that box. I played a game with that dude last night, leveled up on turn 2, drew 30 cards by turn 7. It was wild. Oh. Okay, I think we might be getting some pairings here shortly. I'm going to hop in and check and see if they've come up. Yes, Bert, we do agree on a card. I'm with you. I definitely think Pro Reg Spider-Man is going to be the way to go as opposed to Anti-Reg, for sure. There are some people that I think disagree with us, though. And those people are wrong. So by virtue of me liking a card, you have to stop liking it, Bert? Is that where we're at? Oh, all right, I'm going to hop off here again. I think we might be getting pairings. Oh my god. So guys, I'm going to be straight with you. I did not actually think the amount of difficulty in doing all the graphics, running all of this. I had a little script for myself of all the things I wanted to try to talk about. I did not anticipate how difficult this was going to end up being. It's been crazy. So, which makes me appreciate the team that we put together for the fight nights that much more, because it made it seem, working with Carlos and Joe and Peter and the rest of those guys kind of made it seem like doing this is just really easy. And it's not really easy. So what was I talking about? Oh yeah, versus. So we've gone through some highs and lows with this game. The battle box came out with a bunch of hype behind it, a huge tournament, a lot of money, and almost immediately people realized there was a big problem card in that box, and that was Thanos. So they fixed Thanos, all right? But then it took them so long that we lost a ton of our players, which was not what we wanted at all, which was kind of a setback. I always look like I have a lot to say, even when I'm muted, I assure you. So we went through this kind of period with Versus where it seemed like, where was this game going? What were we going to do? The information between expansions was not always the most clear. There were some big delays between expansions. And with the release of the Monsters Unleashed box, there were people talking about how this game might not survive. And at that time, I wasn't really in that. I thought we've got some good years left in us, but I kind of understood it because some real damage had been done, not only by the initial mistake. I think for the most part, player bases are pretty forgiving when it comes to the initial mistake of power level with a card, but what you really need to be able to do is correct those mistakes, and that didn't happen for a long time. The second World Championships with Versus, the two players who played at the final table actually tore up their copies of Thanos before this card was addressed, like to make this dramatic statement about the card, and I don't think they were wrong to do that. Something needed to change. So ultimately where this led us to was a change in release model, and I think kind of a change in philosophy about the game. The idea of doing like a 200 card set and a 400 card set, and it just didn't really fit because there was so much dead space that, yeah, the game might have this like burst of growth around the release of a new product, but then ultimately by the time the next product comes out, a lot of those people have moved on. I think David Leader, when he came on the podcast, said it best. He's like, Versus is the kind of game that you come out, you play it for a while, and then you put the cards away for a year until the next set comes out. And in the early days, that is kind of what Versus felt like. We had such huge gaps between our expansions. So when the change to the monthly release model was made, there were people who looked at that with a lot of apprehension because it does ultimately increase the cost of Versus. You're buying more product means more packaging. For a whole bunch of different reasons, it did make the game more expensive, but I think it made the game so much better. I think it makes Danny and Ben more responsive to player feedback. They can see what we're doing with the cards, and instead of having these chunks of cards where we get 400 cards at once and nobody really knows how they're going to be, they have the ability to maintain some flexibility, set to set, learn, not only from their own process, but from us as a community doing various things. So really the release model change was maybe the first time. No, that's wrong. The first time Versus was saved was Legacy. That reinvigorated the established players. That was by design a release that was meant to excite and capture existing players, bring back lapsed players, and I think it worked, and it really invigorated the community. That energy only went so far, though. And ultimately, we ended up in a position where energy was starting to kind of fall off again, and people were losing an appetite for the big waits between these expansions. Hence the change in release model. We end up with a card game that has something exciting to talk about, if not every week, almost every week. There's either a release, or there's a spoiler article, or there's complaining because they missed a release date, but there's always something to talk about, something to do in the Versus sphere. And this was a real blessing to us that I'm not totally sure Upper Deck went in intentionally knowing how this would play out. I'm sure they had some idea how it would play out, but it has to have been looked at as a tremendous success, the monthly release model. We know for sure that the game is growing. The last Gen Con that happened was the first Gen Con that had a year-over-year increase in players. I no longer hear anybody in the lounge talking in my ear, so I'm going to check. Okay, there's nobody in tables yet, so I don't think pairings have gone up. So that release model, I think, was the second time when the game really made a sharp turn that shut up the Chicken Littles for a while. So we go on a few more years. And some of the grindy, frustrating complaints about the game, like cards that have templating issues, kind of the difficulty in getting some rules questions checked, the lack of an update to the rulebook, these things kind of started to weigh down on the player base again. And there were a lot of us that maybe not openly, actively were saying like, oh, this doesn't look good. But behind closed doors, there were certainly other people who are prominent members of the Versus community that we started talking about how this might not be a good time for the game. And then COVID hit. And while other games were struck dead in their tracks by that, this community rallied together and made awesome events like the one we're watching right here. And I think that's maybe the third time Versus faced an existential threat and rose to the occasion with that plucky punk rock spirit of a bunch of people who don't know what they're doing, throwing together graphics packages and trying to provide a commentary entertainment product for everyone so that we can all enjoy this game that we love so much. Really, the biggest problem with the Versus community is there's not enough of us. There's not enough content to satisfy how hungry we all are to enjoy this game together. So I hear some chatter in my ear again. I'm going to double check and see if we got pairings. Does not look like we have pairings yet. Nope, no pairings yet. So, oh, I say that as they pop up. Okay, let me get this here. I need to pull this down. All right, so we have the choice of watching Ben versus Eric, Roland versus Jose. I'm pretty sure this is a bye. I don't think we've seen Patrick play yet. So let's maybe hop in. Which table is that going to be? Okay, I'm going to take this camera down here for a second and try to get myself set back up for the next match. Which... Okay, so I think I'm waiting for the players to hop in here. Oh, okay. I don't think this is the table with Patrick. Let me check the pairings again here for a second, guys. I was gonna try to catch Patrick versus Bobby. So it looks like Bobby's in here. So we'll hop into this one. And okay. Gonna get these main characters set up with the proper main characters, and then we should be ready to go here. If I remember correctly, I'm gonna double check, make sure I'm not muted. And oh, he's not Doctor Strange, he is Adam Warlock. So I'm gonna get Patrick set up here on Adam Warlock, and we got Bobby on his Black Panther. And I want to make sure that I am muted so that the players can't hear me, because that would not be cool. And then I'm going to start talking to you guys. And let's throw some more advertising up here, right? Because what we want to do is sell some versus cards. Oh, and now looking here at the chat, yes, Stax, you're right. It is very cool to be part of a community that just absolutely refuses to let our game get canceled. We've worked so hard to make sure that this game keeps going. I hope Upper Deck appreciates us, and they can show that appreciation by making Nightcrawler as a card. Am I right? All right, so Black Panther is going to come in here and want to get up in Adam Warlock's face and scrap and try to probably build board as fast as possible and get Adam Warlock flipped up on level 3 as quickly as he possibly can. If I was the Black Panther player, I would come in this with a very aggressive mindset and want to do everything I could to be both in control of the board and kind of in control of the overall game state at the point where Adam Warlock flips to level 3. You want to get him turned face down as fast as you can, because there is a world where Adam Warlock just sits here and smashes on Black Panther for 2 or 3 turns before Black Panther gets the ability to do anything about it. And in that world, maybe T'Challa doesn't make it. You know what I'm saying? That's the thing that's so frustrating about Adam Warlock as a character when you're trying to game plan around him, is that he comes in with this very aggressive stat line, and if you're not ready for it, he can just put wounds on your face from the jump, and you can just lose the game in a combat way with him. Then he hides for the middle portion of the game, at which point you have to fight for board in kind of this weird, like, mealy-mouthed way where you don't actually get to advance the game state in terms of advancing your win condition. You just have to try to get the board set up as best you can so that when Adam Warlock gets flipped over, you can slam him with those last 2 wounds. It is a tall order. It's a little bit less of a tall order in this format because Adam Warlock is defanged, or at least has one fang removed in the form of his soul gem, not being able to use that to stop an opposing player from playing some kind of big fatty at the top of their curve. He's still a very threatening character. All right, so we have rowing a basic yellow from Patrick, and then putting a wound on Black Panther with no response from Bobby. All right, Black Panther rows a resource and passes. Now, we did see in the last game he kind of did the same thing. He got off to a little bit slower of a start, and I speculated that maybe the reason for that is that he was trying to play around the Iron Fist level up condition by not recruiting characters. That doesn't give Iron Fist anybody to challenge. It prevents him from getting leveled up. But given that here we are in a much different matchup where the pressure to have some kind of early game is higher and the stakes are higher, still no 1-drop on turn 1 for the Black Panther deck. So maybe there's something a little deeper to his strategy rather than it just being a play around against Iron Fist, or maybe it was just an unlucky draw. That in good hands there allows him to keep a wound off, but I don't know if you feel good throwing in good hands on turn 2 to prevent your main character from taking a wound from Adam Warlock. That's the kind of thing you may want later in the game once Warlock's a 13-13 and trying to hit you with fatties on top of it. All right, going into turn 3 now for Adam Warlock with the second anemic turn in a row from Black Panther, unfortunately. With Nick Fury coming down, it looks like Adam Warlock is showing the necessary resources to ramp, and yeah, he's going to go ahead and do it using the Avengers Mansion. Now, that tells me that the Avengers Mansion is in there for Nick Fury. If there were other potential characters that would want that resource, I think he would have gone with the basic yellow, but because he committed the Avengers Mansion, I think that's the only purpose it serves there. Black Panther's going to take their second wound here, and there is no end to this beatdown in sight. Wow, both players have had very resource-heavy draws, which, depending upon the makeup of the rest of your hand, could be really good, or it could be a little scary. If the rest of your hand is a bunch more resources, you're probably starting to feel a little bit of panic at this point on the Black Panther side of things. Adam Warlock sitting comfortably. That little bit of ramp is going to help him get bigger. Yondu coming down will help deal with that Nick Fury, I guess, but that's not going to do anything about this 5-5 that's crushing your face every turn. I mean, you have to think that at this point, Bobby isn't holding the ability to give Black Panther +2 attack or more, because if he was, he would have used it by now. I don't think there's any world where you're sitting on resources accepting these early games wounds off Adam Warlock. If you can stop it, you stop it. You get that guy face down. That's problem one. And that's kind of the way I think about Adam Warlock as a main character, is he prevents a series of problems. Problem 1, you have to get up to 5 attack. Problem 2, you have to get 15 experience or 15 cost worthy characters on the board, and problem 3 is you have to do 13 attack twice. So much like in mixed martial arts, explaining what needs to be done in order to get the victory condition is not that difficult. Actually doing it, on the other hand, is much harder. particularly if your deck isn't cooperating with you. On the plus side for Black Panther here, Adam Warlock is not running away with the board. He's under basically no pressure, which this would be the kind of situation if you're in the Adam Warlock seat, you go, let's just dump resources to the board. Like, if Adam Warlock's able to get established on the board and have characters out there that can kill off Black Panther's characters as they come down, he might enter level 2 and just never exit by establishing board control before the Black Panther player can. On the other hand, if Black Panther, even if he's eating these wounds down low early from Adam Warlock, once Warlock goes level 2, that wound river stops. And if from that point forward, Black Panther can end up swarming the board with a bunch of different characters and kind of picking off Warlock's board as things appear, he's in a much better position. The issue is Patrick is going to start surrounding Adam Warlock face up or face down with characters that are above curve for what Bobby is going to be able to answer with over on the Black Panther side of things, because that's, I think, 2 activations of ramp there that we've seen. Yeah, so that's, if your opponent's playing 8 drops and you're playing 6 drops, that's not good. Oh, here was the second ramp activation. Okay, I got a little ahead of myself there. Now, Patrick has been unfortunate with both of those ramps in that Nick Fury didn't give him something that he could flip face up and use again. He hasn't been able to chain ramp into additional resources. Here comes another wound. So Zemo going into Yondu is a little bit interesting because they're going to trade, if I remember correctly. And that'll essentially be a value trade. Oh, okay, well, it's irrelevant there. Yondu powers up out of range. Which that may be some commentary on the type of hand composition that Bobby's looking at. If he's got multiples of Yondu and he's willing to throw one away simply to bounce an attack, he's got to be having his eye on the mid game where he knows he needs to stack a bunch of characters. Oh, can he follow that gargoyle up with a might mixed right? He's not showing a green. Oh, he's got an Avengers Mansion, though. Okay. So if he can follow that gargoyle up with a might makes right, things are going to start looking a lot different here. Got to remember to climb like a boss. Oh, so the old C-Stack special here coming down from Bobby Break. Not only did he remember the climb, he also had the might makes right for his gargoyle. Now, this will be big enough to knock Adam Warlock into his cocoon nap. Okay, so Gargoyle is going to commit to Adam Warlock here. I'm a little surprised we didn't see a formation that allowed for clearing Nick Fury. I guess at 5 defense, Nick Fury is bigger than both of the other characters. So right now Patrick is explaining the level up condition between level 2 and level 3 of Adam Warlock, which I don't blame him. It's a confusing level up condition. All right, so we're going to take Adam Warlock out of his Speedo level and put him into his tanning bed level. Things do look quite a bit better for Black Panther at this point. He's kind of staunched the initial bleeding. Those 3 wounds have got to be weighing heavily on his mind. I mean, just boom, 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 boom. That is not the way you want to open this game. Anytime you fight Adam Warlock, you want to get him napping as quickly as possible. And unfortunately, he just wasn't able to do that until turn 4, which is pretty rough. It means there's a bunch of wounds on Black Panther. It means the margin for error for the rest of this game for Bobby is going to be a lot thinner than it would have otherwise been. Fortunately, Gargoyle is so big that it's going to take some kind of equally big threat to deal with that. However, Patrick, being 2 resources ahead, could start throwing out some fatties here. I mean, Cersei could come down and just start tearing through people. Not that that's your ideal recruit on 6, but she's certainly big enough to shred anything on Black Panther's side of the board. I've got nothing but love for Patrick, but seeing this guy adopt taking notes as part of his gameplay makes me chuckle a little bit. This is already one of maybe the most deliberate and slow-paced players I've had the honor of playing with, and now he's adding note-taking into his repertoire. I suspect Patrick's games are going to slow down a little bit more. Nothing but love, bud. I suppose I should also say throughout the course of this, there are going to be times where I disagree with the line a player takes, where I criticize the line a player takes, or question what they were thinking there. And there's never any disrespect meant to any player in that situation. It's possible I didn't understand the composition of their hand. I didn't know what was going on, and I'm the idiot. That's totally possible. It's also possible sometimes players just make mistakes. So at no point are any of the comments that I make over the tops of these games meant to be taken as like attacks on any of the players or disrespect of any kind. Holy smokes. So Patrick was a little bit further ahead than I calculated. I was thinking he was on 6, but actually once he rose a resource from hand, he's on turn 7. Power Man is a big guy. So Power Man is going to get +1 counters based on the number of powers on the Black Panther side of the board. 4, 5, 6, 7. I think that's 7. Well, whatever the total number of +1s is, I just heard Patrick say that Power Man is a 12-12, and this kind of swings the board again. And this is one of the things I love about Versus so much, is things can be looking really dire, and you have one good turn, and you kind of turn it around. And now things are looking kind of dire the other direction. But oh, that player is able to have a big recruit that really turns things around. So with Power Man coming down with a power up here, so with the Gargoyle modifier, all right, I'm losing a little bit of track of the combat math there. I think that power up on Gargoyle was the difference. Yeah, and it looks like that was the difference. So Power Man ends up stunning and bouncing. Wow. That's got to feel rough. Oh no, no recruits for Black Panther here. That feels terrible. So I feel like Black Panther was here in a position where he could start to take solid control of the board, really kind of start to get ahead. That Power Man is a big threat, but Gargoyle is a bigger threat, so he's going to need to be able to answer that. Start to amass some characters on the board and work your way towards flipping that Adam Warlock face up. Unfortunately, he just passed the whole recruit there. Oh no. I mean, clearing Nick Fury off the board is good, but that doesn't seem good enough for how precarious the health situation and the experience situation is for Black Panther right now. So we know that Luke Cage is not going to be big enough to get through Gargoyle unless Patrick has some kind of combat interaction, either taking counters off of Gargoyle or adding them to Sweet Christmas here. Given that he was on turn 7 last turn, should we expect an 8-drop here from Adam Warlock? I mean, it seems like with how aggressively he was ramping, even including a character like Nick Fury in your deck, indicates that what your game plan is to get to the late game and drag people into deep water and play fatties on them. So I think that's what we can expect from Patrick here. What 8-drop would I want to play if I was in his position? Oh. That is wildly unexpected. But that's an interesting play. So now we get a look at Black Panther's hand. Yeah. Unfortunately, that's not the kind of hand you want to have in the mid game against Adam Warlock. So, unfortunately well, he still has some more recruit points. I was going to say, unfortunately for Patrick, seeing all those cards, all that does is make that gargoyle seem further out of reach. It makes Black Panther seem that much safer. But he's got 7 more recruit points. So what's he going to do with them? All right, so next turn for Black Panther, that'll be turn 6. He's not going to be able to play those Ghost Riders. He might have to use that in good hands this turn to try to keep that gargoyle alive. Although, it's kind of funny that I made a joke about Cersei having this big attack and then went out of my way to say that Cersei is not a card I really expect to see played, and then here she comes down to the board. Although in a world where what you want to do is push to the late game and play fatties, the fact that Cersei is eternal helps her value a great deal. 12 attack is a big deal, and you get to play her more than once. And if you have more than the typical amount of recruit points because you've been ramping throughout the early game, the punishment of having to pay 6 to recruit 12 attack again doesn't seem that big of a deal. Cersei's recruit there did force that in good hands out of Black Panther's hand, which leaves Bobby, unfortunately, in a position where... Is that a Doctor Strange? I think he might be able to recruit 1 character, but it's not going to be a big enough recruit to get... Yeah, so that is Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange with those yellows is absolutely relevant here because he could turn all those greens into minuses on Luke Cage. Gargoyle climbs. He was already big enough to take care of Luke Cage in fair combat. I mean, what do you do here? I think if I'm in the position where I use a yellow to turn those into minuses on Luke Cage and then attack with somebody other than my best character. So it seems Bobby opted to just go ahead and attack with the gargoyle, and that might be the only actual play that he has. Like, he's got to deal with that Luke Cage, so I don't blame him for wanting to get him off the board. However, given how Doctor Strange works, you might have could have shrunk him down a little bit and attacked with a little bit less risk. So Doctor Strange is 5, Yondu is 1, and Gargoyle is 3. So that's 9 total. So he's going to need to recruit a 7-drop next turn. Well, he has it. If Bobby can keep his board and avoid losing a character here, which given the in good hands that he's showing seems likely that he'll be able to do it. If he can keep his board and recruit that Ghost Rider, he's going to be able to flip Adam Warlock face up and vomit some -1 counters out on somebody. I cannot believe Black Panther hasn't leveled up yet. It's incredible. Okay, so if we're looking at this from Patrick's perspective, he's sitting on enough resources. He should be able to play basically anything he wants to. So who does he want to? Probably Gilgamesh, right? Something like that. So Cersei's attempting to attack in a gargoyle here. So they're hashing out what powers Namor has there. Okay, the In Good Hands is going to bounce the Cersei attack. And that's all Patrick can do. Oh, so the Eye of Agamotto went away a while ago. Bobby could have picked his hands up, and he doesn't have to reveal the card draw this turn. Did he draw? So you can see the pressure of the clock is starting to be on Bobby's mind here a little bit. He knows he's behind on wounds, and they've been playing a long time. I mean, he's got to play the Ghost Rider this turn. That's going to cause the level, right? Doesn't that level up Warlock? 7 plus 5 is 12, plus 3 more off Gargoyle is 15. Huh. Okay, well, we'll see if they catch it. Or maybe I'm remembering Adam Warlock wrong. Let me double check him here. When it appears. Okay, they caught it. Yeah, he needs to flip up. So Adam Warlock is no longer cocooned. He is now Soul Gem guy who can't use the Soul Gem. So 8/8 Ghost Rider makes easy work of Namor. I gotta think that Gargoyle is going to go into Adam Warlock here. Yep. And is there anything he can do to Cersei? I don't think so. Oh, gosh. So with the -1 counters from Ghost Rider, Yondu is actually big enough to trade with Cersei. That's hilarious. And that right there is why Cersei is not that great of a 6-drop. 12 attack is fantastic, but 1 drops can stun her. Gross. Oh, and Black Panther leveled up. Sorry, guys. Ooh, that's a big fatty. So Agamotto could potentially search for a Book of Vishanti if he's got it in the deck. The Eye is already in the KO pile, though, and I don't think it's immortal or anything, so... Man, what do you do here? Do you try to send the 2020 Agamotto into the Gargoyle to finally clean that up? I think you have to. Like, that Gargoyle has really been the axle around which Bobby's entire like the whole thing that has kept him in this game. That like, it was looking bad, and that Gargoyle let him not only claw out of it looking bad, and to kind of put Warlock on the back foot. Wow. So Agamotto clears a good chunk of Black Panther's board here. Namor taking out the Doctor Strange. That is incredible to me that there's just been so many resources on both sides of this board. Sorry, missed a play there. Black Panther's paying a yellow to grab In Good Hands out of the KO pile, which is a great defensive twist. How is he going to get into Adam Warlock's 13-13? So he's got to recruit something here. He could throw down another Ghost Rider. We know he's got it in hand. And there's even more characters in the KO pile now, so he could potentially shrink Agamotto. Oh man, I don't think he can shrink Agamotto enough to make it worth it. He's going to grab another In Good Hands, so we know he's holding 2 In Good Hands in grip now. I don't think this is where you want to be as Black Panther. Like, you're really on the back foot. You're not presenting anything that's going to put a wound onto Warlock, and you're just, you got one to give. You're hanging on by a thread here. I mean, a credit to Bobby that he made this much of a game of it, because he was really on the ropes from the very beginning, and he's clawed it back. Oh no. So we had a little bit of sequencing error there. Black Panther recruited Rocket and used his power, which is a main phase power, before finishing his recruits, and therefore that's going to keep his other 6 recruit points worth of characters in his hand. Terrible misplay. I mean, it's not going to cost him the game right here because we know he's holding those 2 copies of In Good Hands. So unless Patrick can play at least 2 more characters that are big enough to deal with Black Panther's 8 defense, he's going to live this next turn. But, oh, that's devastating. These are the kind of things that happen at the end of the day, though. You're a little tired. You've been staring at a screen for hours. I mean, I think if you're in Patrick's position here, you just play the biggest character you can. And if you can play 2 big characters, great. But if you can only play 1, that's fine too. So Warlock into Ghost Rider, Agamotto into Black Panther. If he can get +1 on Punisher, he could use Punisher to deal with Ghost Rider, which would be good. Nope, going to Agamotto into Ghost Rider first. Opting not to In Good Hands there, which makes sense. If Black Panther had less health than Ghost Rider, you might want to use your In Good Hands to keep Ghost Rider up, but that's not the case here, so... Paralysis analysis. Namor goes into Rocket. This is just a cleanup attack. There's no way you're going to commit a plot twist to keeping Rocket alive at this point. Yeah, so Patrick has the luxury of just being able to kind of stroll through all of Black Panther's characters. Even though he knows he's holding the In Good Hands, it doesn't matter. He's not going to commit it to anything other than not losing the game. With Black Panther this wounded up, he has to hold on to those plot twists to try to not lose the game. No. Patrick totally said he can only flip up basics. No, this ain't a build a better world, buddy. He did apologize, though. Patrick's a great guy. I realize nobody likes having somebody look over their shoulder and point out their mistakes, so I just want to be clear. I like both these guys. I have nothing but respect for the players, and I actually appreciate everybody letting me do commentary over the tops of their games and share it with the community. Because it is a little nerve-wracking when you know somebody's second-guessing everything you do. So, all respect. So there are... Black Panther is going to be able to recycle In Good Hands at least a few more times before he's really pressured out of resources. The problem is, every turn that goes by, Patrick is assembling more pressure. So at the current rate, Black Panther might have 3 more turns in him. But every time another character hits the board on Patrick's side, it increases the demand on resources that Black Panther is going to have to be able to access to stay alive. And we may be hitting the breaking point here, folks. Have I said how much I don't like Adam Warlock? Not my favorite main character. So it seems like from this point here, all Patrick needs to do is just attack. Use the smallest possible attacks you can to clear things like... So you got to get 8 into Ghost Rider, and you got to get 7 into Iron Man. Probably you're okay trading with Punisher. And then send... Man, neither Namor nor Iron Man are big enough to do anything. They can't stun the main character, and they can't stun either of the supporting characters in their other way. So those two characters are essentially dead in terms of impacting board state. Oh, Punisher power-up gets him big enough to take out Ghost Rider safely, which, who cares? Throw Cersei into Iron Man. Who cares if he stuns her? She goes right back to hand. And then you've got 1, 2 attacks. And I think he's only got 2 in good hands. So that might be the end of it. Like, this might be pushing Black Panther to the point where his ability to recycle resources is fully broken down. It doesn't matter, just pick one. Oh, interesting. A team attack. In good hands. Holy smokes. I wish I would have kept track of how many total times In Good Hands was played by Black Panther this game, because I think right now we're sitting at 5. All right, so Agamotto comes out. He's using Black Panther's build phase power to recycle In Good Hands again. He's got to send Agamotto into Warlock, right? Oh, no, Safeguard. Oh, no. That's got to feel bad. So the 20 attack Agamotto had to go into Namor because of the safeguard power, and Black Panther is actually big enough to hit that guy. I mean, do you put your Black Panther in the front row and run the risk of him getting killed? I don't know, but that can't feel good. The Agamottos are going to trade, and then Adam Warlock's just straight up big enough to hit Black Panther. Punisher's big enough to hit Black Panther. He's only got 1 In Good Hands left, I think. I think we might be at the end of this here, folks. Of course, I said that last turn, and Black Panther survived, so don't count him out yet. He's played an excellent game. So if you're in Patrick's position here, do you actually use that Zemo? I mean, you have some knowledge about what's in the hand. If I'm remembering correctly, there should be 1 Ghost Rider left. So, or wait, no, that's Ronin. Zemo, you pay the yellow, look at the hand, and force them to discard a character that doesn't share a team affiliation with the main character, which could be that Ghost Rider, or it could be something else that's more impactful, depending upon what he's drawn since his hand was last revealed by Eye of Agamotto. I mean, I think here you just got to go Agamotto into Agamotto. I mean, unless he's got some kind of spell to get that Agamotto out of the way. Oh, no. So Zemo's got to make him chuck that. He's got to make him chuck that Ghost Rider, Agamotto into Agamotto, and then he has 3 attacks that are big enough to stun Black Panther and only 1 in good hands. Yeah, this is definitely the end of the game. Okay, so Bobby was explaining 2 different lines that Patrick could take to eliminate him. So we are here at the end of the game finally. Holy cow. Man, with how rough that was for Black Panther early in the game, it seemed like it was going to be a bit of a rout. It seemed like it was going to be one of those games where level 1 Warlock just comes in and manhandles the opposing player. And it did not actually end up happening that way. Black Panther really made a game of it. He made excellent plays. I mean, I think that's a credit to Bobby for being in a terrible position and being able to dig himself out of it. All right. I'm going to hop. Okay, so I don't know where we're at in this game. I'm just jumping in. And we've got Doctor Strange, Avengers MC. And we got Roland over here. Okay, I'm going to try to get these main characters set up. Oh, I don't know what level Roland is. Oh, there she is, level 2. Okay, so I can't see the wounds. Oh, hang on. Before I start talking, I want to make sure I'm muted. I always have to make sure that the players can't hear me doing any kind of commentary. That would be completely unacceptable. So Hyperion is turning left to attack, which I am deeply offended by. Oh my goodness, Roland. Your cards don't turn right, they turn left? What's happening here? So Hyperion is attacking into Doctor Strange. In good hands is going to stop that. And with that, Captain Marvel has to pass turn. Two cards in hand for Captain Marvel. I mean, Doctor Strange is probably ready here, right? Did he get frozen by an effect? No, okay, he is getting ready. All right, so we got our Gilgamesh recruit. Oh, okay, so Captain Marvel's going to respond to the Gilgamesh coming into play to level up to level 3. I don't think that's sufficient to actually stun the Gilgamesh, but by becoming level 3, that makes Captain Marvel a much bigger threat. Any attack that's declared into her, she's able to strike something else that's on the board. Earlier in the day, I did say that she could strike the main character, but that's not correct. It has to be a supporting character. I don't like seeing the game decided on time. That's a bummer. I can't totally see the Doctor Strange dice, but based on where the dot is, I think he's either at 2 or 3 wounds. Think again stops Gilgamesh from attacking. Well, it doesn't stop him from attacking. The attack still goes through, but it's then canceled. Oh, come on, man. Your 5-minute warning. You know what spells you have left. Let's go. Alright, so Doctor Strange is going to add a spell to his hand. In this situation... Man, I almost feel like you should have done that first, gone after the spell that lets you daze a bunch of people, and then sent Gilgamesh into Captain Marvel. Although, I don't know what spells he's already played. He might not have that one anymore. Alright, Doctor Strange declares an attack into Yondu, clears him off, and passes turn. So Captain Marvel has their work cut out for them here. I mean, it doesn't take that much to get big enough to actually be able to hit Doctor Strange. Captain Marvel only needs +1, and Hyperion is big enough to do it all on his own. Groot looks like he's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think Groot might be an 8/8. Alright, Hype Man into Doctor Strange. Doctor Strange takes a wound. He goes up to 3. I mean, given the arrangement of the board, I'm not sure what cards are left in Captain Marvel's hand, but Hyperion is going to be able to recycle again and again. Got a resource pass on Doctor Strange's side here. Alright, so we got 3 face-up locations after the Iron Man recruit. It doesn't seem like his stats have much to do with anything. I mean, I guess he could fly over. If Gilgamesh clears Hype Man, then Iron Man could fly over and clear off Rocket, which is a relevant line. Wow. That's a frustrating way for the game to end, unfortunately. They called time there, and being behind on wounds, Captain Marvel loses. Those are always the worst ones to have to deal with, man. I am such... I hate losing to the clock more than like anything else. It's the most frustrating experience, and my heart breaks a little bit for any player that has to go through that. But that's the way the game's played. When you got a time limit, you got a time limit, and you just have to be aware of it. And if you get too behind early in the game, that makes you real vulnerable to just losing to the clock. I think that was the last round of the event. I'm going to hop into the lounge here. Oh, is there another game still going on? No. Okay, I'm going to hop into the lounge here so I can keep an ear on what's being said. Okay, that is the last round. I have no idea what the standings are because I've just been scrambling so hard to try to go back and forth between all my different graphical settings and the different chat rooms. I have not been able to keep track of anybody's records. So I see in the results tab, that's one of what. Is there somewhere where everybody's... Okay, so we're just kind of in a waiting pattern. Oh no, maybe that's not the last round. So the one last thing on my list of stuff, pairings have just been uploaded, so I'm going to get ready to jump into the next game here. But before we do that, the one last thing on my note of cool, important versus stuff that I wanted to mention was the versus Reddit wiki. Shout out to Jason Roosevelt. This guy has swooped into this community from out of nowhere and become an indispensable part, maintaining probably the best rules resource that we have for the entire game. Better than any rules resource Upper Deck has done for us. So shout out to that guy. If you haven't checked out the Reddit, it's phenomenal. And, you know, shout out to Danny Privet for keeping the Reddit going in all those years when there wasn't as much going on. So I'm going to try to find a match to watch here, and we'll be back in just a second. All right, making sure I'm muted here. I want to make sure the players can't hear me saying anything, because that would be awful. And let's see, I know. Oh, it looks like Osh got cold. had to put a hoodie on. And this is the first time we've seen Eric play today, so I don't know what his main character is. I'll get that set up as soon as he reveals it for us. Looks like Eric's going to go first this game with a roll of 11 to Osh's 10. Love that Argent Saga playmat. I'm pretty sure Eric just revealed that he's playing Hawkeye, and I do not have that main character in my local graphics. So it's going to take me just a second to get that set up. Okay. Ready for our last round of the day. Alright, so Hawkeye swings into Deadpool. That's going to give him 1 XP. Unfortunately, without a recruit on the first turn for Hawkeye, that does kind of put him in the position where Deadpool is going to have a very easy time trying to collect experience on his side of the equation. And while the level 2 Hawkeye does provide a bunch of different options and a huge flexible variety of threats to the player on Hawkeye, Deadpool's level 2 says win the game. So I don't think you can afford to be even a little bit capricious about Hawkeye giving up too much experience to Deadpool, because if the board stays this empty, Deadpool may make mincemeat of your tournament record just on virtue of him swinging into the player rather than characters. So Wong hits the board, and he's getting the spell Weaken. Deadpool is going to gain 1 XP simply on the back of hitting. He hit Hawkeye back on level 1, didn't have to do, or on turn 1, and didn't have to do anything on his own turn to collect an XP. If you're playing Hawkeye this turn, I think you have to hope that you have some kind of a supporting character. So Iceman comes down into play for Eric here. And he froze Deadpool. Then Iceman makes a ranged attack into Wong, which is safe because Wong is only a 1/1 while in ranged combat. Hawkeye makes another ranged attack into Deadpool and gets double stunned again. So that's 2 wounds on each character. 3 XP on Hawkeye, only 1 on Deadpool. Uh-oh. Hey, while we wait for Eric to hop back in here, man, I just wanted to say cool play, Matt. I was a big fan of Argent Saga, too. Yeah, it's a great one. All right, I'll shut up. Holy smokes, this camera angle is going to be a little bit difficult to follow on Eric's side, while the resolution of the camera is significantly better. This is hard to see. So right now, Hawkeye has an Iceman on the board. That's the card that we can only see kind of the corner of, as well as the face down Hawkeye. So if you're in Deadpool's shoes here, what you want to be doing is getting a character down onto the board right now, hit that Iceman. Hopefully you don't get stunned back, so you have something that's like a front row buffer in between Hawkeye and your main character next turn, and then just pass and just collect that experience. I mean, anything. Even if you have to play a character that trades with Iceman, I think you feel good about that. And if you're in the Deadpool Oshan's shoes here. So Wolfsbane into Iceman with Ferocious is going to kill Iceman. He's gone. Deadpool's going to gain an experience at the end of turn. Whew. I think if you're sitting behind Hawkeye's bow here, what you really want to be doing is just flooding the board. You want to it's turn 3, let's recruit 3 characters. You just want to recruit more characters than Oshan is going to be able to declare attacks and to clear off the board and prevent Deadpool from getting that one last XP. While obviously you always want to level up your main character, I think if you're Hawkeye in this position, you're making a choice between eating a stun back and making it easier for Deadpool to level up. You probably don't. Okay, so we got Dr. Druid coming down. So that's going to be the only card. Man, I wish Eric would scoot his stuff a little bit to the right. I guess his left, my right. All right, so with Dr. Druid in play, he is a green spellcaster, and they're able to play It's the one that lets everybody strike with double. I lost track of the name already. So Dr. Druid gets the benefit from having a spell in the KO pile, and he's going to strike with double. So Dr. Druid's going into Wolfbane. That's probably going to clear this Wolfsbane here. Yeah, okay, so Wolfbane's going to go. Hawkeye is going to declare a range attack into Deadpool here, and because that is a ranged attack, he is going to level up, which I'm going to take care here of in the graphics display right now. All right, so because he's range attacking, Hawkeye cannot be struck back this turn, which means he's going to essentially get a free wound on Deadpool here. Yep. Okay, so Deadpool's going to end up eating that wound, and Hawkeye's passing board with Dr. Druid and Hawkeye face up. He's adding an arrow. That's exactly the kind of arrow drawing I expect from Hawkeye. Hey, if you could scoot your cards just a little bit to your left so they're in the camera. Yeah, perfect. Thank you, sir. I'm loath to interrupt these games in any way, but okay, so if you're sitting on Deadpool's side of things, what do you want to do here? You do have Wolfsbane, which is going to be, I think she's a 4 attack, so she's not big enough by herself to get into Hawkeye, and Dr. Druid is big too. You're looking at 3 recruit points here, and what, wow. I mean, I think if you're in Oshan's position here, what you want to do is like play Wong Forge. Oh no, Forge is a 3-drop. You can't do that. I mean, really what he wants to do is get a red spellcaster. He wants to get Forge into play, and he wants to play the one that lets him daze dudes, gain that XP, and then start looking at some way to punch the player in the face. Team attack into Hawkeye here. All right. Total of 7 attack coming into Hawkeye's 5 defense. Can spells be played anytime? Oh, that one is any combat. Okay. Trying to make sure I know all these new cards, guys. So that's got to be brutal if you're sitting in Oshan's situation here. Like he was all set up to be able to try to like get the board clear, gain another XP, maybe start trying to do some work on Hawkeye. Well, Hawkeye did take a couple wounds early. It's looking pretty bad for Deadpool here.
Man, I'm not sure what answers Deadpool is really going to be able to muster to deal with those counters outside of some kind of a spell. This camera angle. So Iceman comes down. He's going to freeze Deadpool, which is going to, I mean, as if you didn't need to be slowed down more. All right, Wong comes into play, which is going to let Hawkeye search for a spell, which is like the opposite of what you want to see if you're in Deadpool's shoes here. All right, so Might is the spell that he's selecting. All right, so they're cutting the deck after the search there. All right, so there's 2 arrows in Hawkeye's hand at this point. Yeah, it should be random. Yeah. Yeah, go ahead and shuffle it. That's probably good, man. Okay, so they're hashing out the because the quiver's off screen. Osh is making the point that like, hey, you should probably randomize that rather than just grab one, which is a fair critique, I think. Although, if I was gonna pick at somebody's camera angle, the quiver issue is probably the least. All right, Iceman's gonna go into Wolfsbane, range attack. That should be enough to clear Wolfsbane off the board. Shock to the system is going to keep Wolfsbane in play, at least for the time being. Range attack with Dr. Druid, that one's going to get through. So Wolfsbane is clear. And Hawkeye with his quick draw is probably going to clear Hit Monkey and leave Osh with a empty board again. All right, so what kind of stuff could Deadpool do here? The hopes of clearing this board entirely and getting enough experience to actually be able to get to your level 2 seems faint. Unless he happens to have something exactly like Forge. Oh, here's Forge. Okay. Wong into the front. Oh, so if he goes after the spell that lets him daze everybody, maybe daze everybody except for send a range attack into Wong or clear off Iceman. But the point is, daze everybody if you aren't sure you can get a stun on the board and then collect that last XP. And then if you can recycle that daze everybody plot twist, this could be the crack, the little bit of light that Deadpool needs. He's got essentially 2 turns left to figure it out. Okay, so he is going for the daze here. Oshan is going for the daze here, so he's going to daze Hawkeye. Okay, so he's going for the safe play here. I think this is probably the smart thing. Well, you could try to declare an attack and go for the stun with somebody else to try to like clear something off the board in a more durable fashion. Just going for the daze, everybody. Let Deadpool level up. Now you're in the position where your Deadpool could actually be a game-ending threat. Like Hawkeye's got to feel some pressure here. Hawkeye's got to feel some pressure here in terms of worrying about allowing this guy to get one attack through. If there's a Rocket Raccoon, you bounce the expertise back out of the KO pile. That's game. Deadpool has 2 turns to get there. He's at 4 right now. It seems likely he's going to take a wound this turn, which means he needs to get it next turn. Man, you can't see these cards at all, dude. So I think we just got the 5-drop Spellcaster Magic. All right, Hawkeye's going to grab another arrow. Uh-oh, I'm starting to end up with some buffering issues here. All right, so Iceman is exhausting and freezing Deadpool down. Sorry, guys, having a little bit of stream issues here. Worried this might actually break up. Okay, so a 7/7 Dr. Druid is attempting to attack into Oshan's Forge. He's going to get him. All right, Hawkeye with 7 attack into Deadpool, 6 defense. This is going to leave Deadpool at 1 to give, which means Deadpool is in a really tough spot here. I mean, he needs to do something like recruit Forge, recruit Rocket, have 2 reds to recycle the expertise and play it again. Oh, and he can't even do it this turn because he's frozen. I think this might be the end of it, guys. Sorry the commentary lagged there towards the end of this game when I was trying to deal with the stream health issue, but that is it. That's the end of this. That's the end of this one here. All right, so Hawkeye ends up winning that game against Deadpool. I'm going to hop back over into Discord and see if there's any other games still going on. And here we go. Let's hop into this game, see if we can figure out what's going on here. We got Black Panther at level 2. And we got Doctor Strange at level 2. Man, I've seen Doctor Strange several times today, and I've only seen him at level 2. I keep getting into his games after they're basically over. Okay. So Black Panther is sitting at 4 wounds. Oh, goodness. That doesn't look good for Black Panther. With 2 different flyers in the front row. He does have a little bit of protection lined up there. Oh. I got to make sure that I'm muted. I am. Okay. So I think it's Doctor Strange's recruit here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Which will KO. So that must have been 6 resources. He's going to flip one face up there. Doctor Strange sitting at 1 wound. Black Panther at 4. Ooh. So I don't think either Doctor Strange or Iron Man are going to be able to get through the flying blockers that Black Panther has in front of him. But this is probably not where you want to be if you're piloting T'Challa. So the team attack being declared here to go after Doctor Strange. Okay, in the middle of the attack, they're going to play the knowledge plot twist, spell plot twist, and go ahead and grab Rocket. That's... Alright, so he didn't specify which character in good hands targeted, but it didn't really matter because neither character is large enough by themselves. Or it must be the Iron Man, because I think the Iron Man is big enough to stun the supporting character, Doctor Strange. Alright, Hype Man is going into the main character. It looks like Doctor Strange is going to take a 2nd wound here in the game. Team attack into Iron Man, which clears him off the board. Alright, 2 wound Doctor Strange. Rocket hits the board. You got to assume he's going to pay the red to Rocket's power once he hits main phase. And get some kind of a spell back out of the KO pile. Yep. Okay. So striking. Oh my God! But those are only good during combat. That's got to be so frustrating for Black Panther. There, he's got all the good hands. He can stop all the combats, but that spell lets him attack outside of combat. Oh, that's definitely not the way you want your game to end. But I mean, I understand. I've played games like that where you have everything you need in your hand and it's just not good enough to get there in the moment. I'm going to go ahead and hop into this last table and see if there's still a game going on here. And yep, it looks like we see Gamora, familiar old Gamora with 4 wounds on her, going up against a leveled up Iron Fist. Okay, so Dreadpool with a 6-7 out there on the board. Iron Fist is going to need at least +1 attack. Although I guess if he enters with melee combat, he'll get the Master Martial Artist bonus and be a 10-10 and be able to clear Dreadpool out of the way. Although if he wants to win the game here, he's going to need at least 5 more attack. So what is your recruit going to be here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Looks like 7. Okay. So Iron Fist. Diego says, "I'm going to play the best card in my whole deck, Iceman." So Iron Fist is going to go into Dreadpool, easily clear him out of the way as a 10-10. Gamora's not going to be able to ready. And unless there's going to be a really meaningful recruit for Ben here, he is staring down the inevitability of his own demise. Seems like Punisher with a range attack from the back row and Iron Fist feels pretty comfortable, although that could leave your Gamora vulnerable. No attacks. I might have navigated that turn a little bit differently and tries to use Punisher to get Iron Fist, hit him with range, put a wound on him. I'm not sure what the state of the rest of the board is, though, as far as experience on Gamora, or if there's some other play that Ben's taking into account that I missed when I was watching some of the other games. Man, if you're in Iron Fist position here, all you need is a flyer. You just need 5 flying attack, and it's game over. I mean, I guess you could go Iceman into Slapstick, Daredevil into Punisher, Iron Fist into Gamora. Maybe that's the line he... All right, Slapstick bounces back to hand. Okay, Iron Fist into Punisher. Daredevil's not big enough to get into Gamora. So it's going to have to go another turn. Ooh. So Shikla comes down for Gamora here, which is gonna, if she survives, allow Gamora to start recycling more characters out of the KO pile and kind of rebuilding some resources. Which, while it's maybe not the most aggressive win the game strategy, at this point when you're this much on the back foot, it seems like something that would work pretty well for Gamora just to avoid dying. So with Mercs for Money being slapped down on top of that Slapstick, I think Ben's going for the card draw here. Shock to the System is going to stop it, though. Brutal. Probably should have attacked with Shikla there. So, end of the day, staring at a screen, everybody starts to get a little bit less tight in their gameplay. And right there, Ben actually missed the Shikla into Daredevil attack that probably should have been made. So even at 7-7, Shikla's not going to be big enough to stand against Iron Fist. Oh man, no recruits. I mean, the game's just right there for the taking. But Iron Fist can't seem to close it out, and Gamora can't seem to build up enough defenses to really stave off the inevitable. So Deadpool's going to interplay for free from the KO pile as a result of Sheikla being in play. I kind of love how much slapstick we've seen in this event. I'm a big fan of that character. So this is what Ben wants to do. If you're trying to stay alive as Gamora, having a bunch of stuff out there that's going to get in the way, it's going to slow down Iron Fist from making any attacks. The only way Iron Fist is going to be able to get through all this is by having recruits of his own. In the last 2 turns in a row, he just has not materialized those recruits. All right, Daredevil's gone. I don't think anybody can get over Iron Fist and Iceman. Oh, there we go. So +1 in flight this turn to allow Slapstick to clear Iceman off the board. I mean, is that where you want to... I don't know. I mean, at this point, if you're just trying to stay alive with Gamora, every chance you have to clear a character off the board, you probably take. Even if it's not the most efficient expenditure of cards. Another turn with no recruits for Iron Fist. This is brutal. Oh! So a Savage Surprise being played onto Sheikla is going to turn around and get Iron Fist when he thought he had a safe attack. I don't know what the wound count is on Iron Fist. Can he actually play it this time? Yeah, he can. All right, he's got an Underworld guy. So that 4/5 me token is super relevant. I mean, oh, he's getting out his driver's license. I feel like that picture makes Ben look like Robert Kirkman. All right, so does Iron Fist have a recruit here? I mean, I feel like that's really what he's got to be going for, is to start dealing with this board before this game really slips away. Because while Iron Fist was, when we jumped into this, Iron Fist was strongly in control of this game. Dominantly. Oh! Gilgamesh! Oh! And he flies over, and that's the game. Holy smokes. What a crazy end. No recruit turn after turn after turn just to be able to throw down Gil. Holy smokes. All right, we're going to cover this up. I'm going to hop into... I think there might be one game left going on. Let's see here. Okay, there is another game still going here. And it looks like we have a level 3 Adam Warlock. And it looks like we got a level 3 Carol. Okay, so turn gets passed over to Robby. It looks like we've got 2 wounds on a level 3 Adam Warlock, so he's got 1 to give. Is that's I can't tell if that's 6 wounds or 4 wounds on Captain Marvel. Getting Gilgamesh to drop here. Team attack into Adam Warlock for game. So we didn't get to watch much of this one, but it looks like Carol takes it away from Adam Warlock there at the end. And I am pretty sure that this was the last still continuing game. Yep, there aren't any other games going. Let me see what we got for results here. These are reported. Holy smokes. What a day. Okay, so this was a long and somewhat challenging streaming experience. This is the first time I've tried to do live commentary on an event where I didn't also have a team kind of helping me with it, and some of the challenges may have proved a little bit beyond where exactly I needed to be for a nice, smooth, entertaining, enjoyable experience. But here we are, several hours later. I think we learned a few things. I know I learned a few things about streaming on my own, and I just cannot overstate how happy I am that this event took place. Shout out to all the players. Congratulations to everybody who did well. Glad to have you, everybody who didn't. Thank you to Robby for putting this event together. Without the community people banding together, biting down on the mouthpiece, and really putting the work in to try to make these events happen, they wouldn't. Upper Deck isn't doing the online stuff for us for whatever reason. They've decided that that's outside of their ability to do. So we have to rely on the rest of the community to get these kinds of, whether it's a hobby league style multi-day event or whether it's like a local style kind of casual event like we had here today. Without the players putting the work in, we just don't get to see these things. So everybody, if you enjoy watching this, credit to Robby. If you enjoyed playing in this, credit to Robby. He's the TO who put it together, and without TOs, tournaments don't happen. So I don't know what the records are for all the different players. I don't know who the winner of this event is ultimately going to be, but we started streaming at about noon, and we're looking at 4 o'clock now. I hate to call it a day without telling you guys who the winner is, but I'm exhausted. Oh, thank you, Karen. That's really kind of you. And shout out to Karen Cook as well, who does a great YouTube channel, fun reviews, gameplay videos. If watching versus content is something you're in, that's one of the guys. I think he was on my list earlier. I'm going to be ashamed if you will. Yeah, definitely on my list. So I know I hit you with a plug earlier because I wrote everybody down because I don't want to forget anybody. I'm going to mute myself for just a minute here, and I'm going to try to hop into the lobby and see if we know who the winner are so I can announce that, and then we can wrap this thing up. Okay, I still don't have the fully posted results. I'm going to try to go back through the individual results and see who has the best record, but this is going to take me just a second here. One moment. Oh, I see Bert here. in the chat saying that Patrick and Robby are both 4-1. Oh man, does that mean we have to have a playoff? I thought I was done. I was ready to go on break. So, okay, well, congratulations to Patrick and Robby for each getting 4-1. I'm pretty sure we just watched Patrick lose to Robby. So, that's interesting. I will figure out if there's going to be any kind of a tiebreaker and be right back. Right now. Okay. Okay. I think Robby said he had kind of a rundown of what the results were. I don't know if Stacks is still streaming, but I think I'm done, guys. It's been a long day. We'll figure out what those results are. I'm gonna end this stream, and if he needs me to, I'll start up a separate one for results, because this is getting unwieldy. Hey, go win some games.